Hey kids, I've got a message for you. Have you seen it? Better yet, have you tried it? It's the new Watson's Kids Zone at Carolina Health Park. The Watson's Kids Zone is new and improved with a slide that I've heard can give you a view of Charlotte, allegedly. It's the best game day experience of any professional baseball team in Gaston County. It's the new Watson's Kids Zone right here.
I love that line.
At Carolina Health Park.
Best experience of any professional baseball team in Gaston County. Don't mind that it's the only one.
Throughout the 2022 season. Mom and Dad, while keeping an eye on the times, you can enjoy an ice cold beverage at the Bug Bar, also located in the right field corner within eyesight of the Kids Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, this time we would like to thank one of our partners, the Esquire Hotel. Located in the heart of downtown Gastonia, the Esquire Hotel.
Gonna be a raucous crowd tonight.
Blends the historic charm of the South with today's
100 degrees on a Wednesday. Apparently they don't want to come out for it.
Book your stay today. The EsquireHotel.com. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question for you, maybe two. Do you find yourself lacking confidence in public places? Would you like to earn the respect of your peers and be well received socially? Well, if you find yourself with one of these problems, I have the solution for you. The Honey Hunters Team Store is your source for all the best looking t-shirts, hats, and accessories for you, your kids, and even your dog. Look good, feel good, and better. It's always trip season at the Honey Hunters Team Store, right here at Carolina Health Park. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in hosting an event here at the ballpark, book your next corporate meeting, wedding, holiday party, prom, class reunion, or community event in our luxurious GSM Services Premium Club. Call the number on the scoreboard or visit
I feel bad for whoever's in Bam's costume tonight. That sucks.
All right, folks, if you've got a special occasion coming up and you want to tell the whole world, or at least Carolina Health Park, contact promotions at Go Honey Hunters
Yeah.
You give us 48 hours, we will make your event something epic.
And no younger kid's gonna want to do it.
Send an email to promotions. Go Honey Hunter.
Yeah. It's basically, in essence, it's a mime with a costume on. You know what I mean? That's basically what it turns into.
We mean you. If you'd like to participate in any of our games or contests, please sign up today.
What, Bam? He's right there.
Located
Standing in the sun.
12 by First Day.
Hopefully they got a little AC unit going on in there. Or just an ice bath every like 20 minutes. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Blades of Glory, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I hate it. Okay. Man, that family with 2 kids just walked an entire lap around the stadium. Fuck that. Yeah, with the white shirts on, like coming down the sideline in front of the VIPs right now.
All right, folks, let's take a look at our Atlantic League standings. Let's get started in the North Division.
Boo.
As Southern Maryland continues to win, they continue to hold a large lead in the North
I mean, Southern Maryland clinches in 7 games, 6 games. And there's still 18 left to be played. 19 left to be played.
Now, let's flip it over to the Central
I don't know.
Division. There it is. Gastonia Honey Hunters.
Well, same thing's going to happen here if we win.
Still 4 games.
They're going to...
High Point Rockers. Wild Health has moved to 8.5 back, followed by Charleston.
Going to be the second place team gets it. Yeah. So even if the second place team's like 12 and a half games behind, they still win the division. Oh, shit.
WGNC, AM 1450 and 101.1 FM proudly presents Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball is brought to you by GSM Premium Services and Caramont Health. See how we care. Let's take you to the ballpark. It's time for Atlantic League Baseball action on the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
Good evening, Honey Hunter fans, and welcome into the Honey Hunter Radio Network here on WGNC 1450 AM 101 FM in Gastonia, Charlotte. Mike Lennon alongside you on a hot and sticky Wednesday night in Gastonia as your Honey Hunters set to take on the Charleston Dirty Birds for Game 2 of this 3-game set here inside the Gas House. Gastonia still coming in with a 4-game lead atop the South Division right now here in the standings. High Point a loss last night to Long Island. They're 10th in a row, and despite the 5-game win streak getting snapped for the Honey Hunters, they still hold that 4-game lead atop the South Division with just 19 games left to be played in the first half, including tonight. Last night didn't go as planned for the second straight Tuesday. Charleston took down the Honey Hunters, this time here in Gastonia, a final of 6-4. Gastonia fell behind 2-1 early in that game, ended up taking a 3-2 lead and a 4-3 lead. But each time, Charleston just would not go away. They tied it, and then with 2 outs in the top of the ninth, Nick Longview had a 3-for-5 day, including a solo shot to tie it in the 6th. Came up big with a 2-out, 2 RBI single into left field with the bases loaded to take a 6-4 lead. Gastonia unable to get runs home in the bottom of the ninth, and that is how things rounded out. So a tough break for what has been a very solid bullpen over these last couple of weeks. They've still won 8 of their last 10 ball games and 5 of their last 6. So they'll look to start a new win streak here tonight. But it's 95 degrees here at just past 6 o'clock local time. It has been an absolutely burner of a day in Gastonia and the surrounding areas. A lot of the East Coast feeling that heat wave right now. Of course, with it being a 95-degree summer day, there's always a chance for rain and thunderstorms later on this evening, but it's wind down Wednesday night here at the park, so I expect a good crowd on hand, especially having a few drinks of wine and hopefully a couple of waters as well, because it is a very hot one out there tonight. John Anderson back on the hill tonight for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. He had to miss a couple of games, but he is back and ready to go. He will take the mound. Another lefty on the other side, Ryan Lawler, will get the ball to start for Charleston, West Virginia. First half standings with 19 games left right now. Gastonia still a 4-game lead on High Point atop the South Division. Southern Maryland about 6 games away from clinching the North. They have an 11.5 game lead in the North Division right now. So barring an absolute disaster and them losing 18 in a row, I imagine Southern Maryland going to go ahead and lock up that first half spot in the North Division. Not to mention they have the best record in the Atlantic League right now at 35-12. Had a win last night against Staten Island. Meanwhile, your Gastonia Honey Hunters 32-15 overall, and a chance to try to gain another game. Long Island on a bit of a hot streak right now of their own. They're in High Point again. Took them down last night. High Point just reeling right now, both pitching and hitting-wise for a team that was atop the league in both categories. It has just been a struggle of the last 10 games, and they've lost all 10 of them, including 6 of those losses being to this Gastonia Honey Hunters franchise. Owner Brandon Bellamy in the house tonight here on Wind Down Wednesday as the crowd continuing to file in here at the Gas House at Caramont Health Park. We should be in store for a good game tonight with the hot weather. The ball should be jumping just like it was last night. We'll take a break here on the Honey Hunters pregame show, but don't go anywhere. We'll get you started here as we take a deeper dive into the numbers and take a look at what you can expect here tonight from both sides when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network, WGNC 1450 AM, 101 FM in Gastonia, Charlotte. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
The Gastonia Honey Hunters are looking for host families this Atlantic League season. If you have a little free space in your home and a love for the grand old game, then hosting a player this summer is a great experience with tons of perks. Call me, Brady Salisbury, at 704-874-1810. That's 704-874-1810.
The Gastonia Honey Hunters, your hometown team.
Looking for a new career?
Want to make an upwards of $40,000 a year? Want to work a schedule that fits your lifestyle? Want to do it all from the front seat of your car? I thought I had your attention. Domino's is hiring. If you want to cash in on a new opportunity, log on to jobs.domino's.com. That's jobs.domino's.com. Since 1927, GSM Services has been the experts for providing services and finding solutions for issues such as heating and cooling, hot, cold, or drafty rooms, high utility bills, nasty crawl spaces, attic insulation, duct and dryer vent cleanings, indoor air quality, and much more. GSM Services, your one-stop shop for all comfort issues in your home. GSM offers 100% satisfaction guaranteed, and right now they're offering a free home energy audit. So if you're having any issues in your home or office, know that you can always trust leaving your comfort to GSM. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com to talk to someone about any comfort issues you're having in your home. GSM is a proud sponsor of your Gastonia Honey Hunters.
Back here at Caremont Health Park on the Honey Hunters pregame show, getting you set for first pitch just about 10 minutes away from that very moment here at the Gas House. It is a hot and sticky Wednesday night, wind down Wednesday in the park, so people still filing in, trying to get that good old cheap wine. Gotta love it, right? But hey, getting fans in seats, and more importantly, they get to watch the first place team in the South Division go to work here tonight. A tough loss yesterday evening. But taking a look at it, two lefties getting the start here tonight for either side, as both teams coming in so far against left-handed pitching. Gastonia hitting 262. They're hitting 262 as a team overall, but they're hitting 262 as a ball club. We've talked about the switch hitters in this lineup and the ability that gives them to flip over to the right side of the plate and get that more advantageous matchup against the left-handed pitcher. Raider Ascanio hitting 300. Taking a look down the lineup here at Joseph Rosa, just shy of the 300 mark. Hurley Rodriguez over 300 as a left-handed hitter against left-handed pitching. One of the rarities in this league in terms of being able to hit it against the left-handed pitcher on the left-hand side of the plate. But at 318 batting average, Rodriguez coming in, interestingly enough, with an 11-game hit streak. He extended the 10-game to 11 last night, went 2 for 4 at the top of the lineup. Should say 2 for 5 at the top of the lineup. Wasn't able to get things going in the ninth, but either way, a guy that has really come out and set the tone early and often. That's something, though, that Gastonia really needs to lock into, and that's scoring runs early in games and at least trying to keep that offensive consistency. Now, I know that's easier said than done, and as a broadcaster, I can sit here and give you all the speculation and all the pundits in the world, but it's just a matter of execution on the field. And Gastonia, I know, want to get out early and often and continue that on throughout the game, tack a couple of runs up at least every other inning if they can, like they did to start the season. But the pitching has been immaculate so far over these last 10 or 12 games, so we'll see if that can play in tonight. Again, they pitched very well last night. Starter Zach Godley went 4 solid innings, had 8 strikeouts in his debut as a Honey Hunter. And then, of course, Ian McKinney, another debut last night from the left side of the mound, came out, pitched 2 really good innings as well. Unfortunately, they got the loss. Neither one of them saddled with the loss, but they ended up as a team picking up that loss 6-4 against Charleston yesterday evening. Meanwhile, on the other side against left-handed pitching, about a 228 average. So Gus Gatso going out with a lefty tonight, trying to tone down a lineup that yesterday saw double-digit hits in that 6-run performance, and they really were just putting the ball in play. It wasn't a matter of that they were crushing the ball. Don't get me wrong. There were some pretty good hard hits throughout that game, including the long ball that tied it off the bat of Nick Longy, but he's tearing the cover off the ball right now for Charleston. Other than that, though, it was just simple, short base hits. But base hits they were indeed, and of course that allowed the innings to extend and of course allowed runners to come home and score. So going to try to eliminate that just a slight bit here tonight. John Anderson, that guy over these first couple of months of the season, for Gastonia to go out there and have a solid 5-inning performance. the ball's going to be put in play against John Anderson, but he's only allowed 18 earned runs in 50 innings so far here this season, as ERA hovering right around the 4.47 mark, but that's not as indicative of what he's been able to do over these last about month and a half. He got touched up a little bit early in the season, but he's really settled into his role as that starter that's atop the rotation for this Honey Hunters franchise here in 2022. Front office spent a lot of time and effort going out and getting pitching this season, and the pitching has paid off. They are the best pitching staff in the league right now with the best ERA, the best whip, and so we'll see if they can try to translate that here tonight and keep this lineup at bay for Charleston, who, you look at the way it splits on the home and road. Now, Gastonia no slouch here at home as they hit just shy of the 300 mark as a team. 232 hits, including last night. 38 of their 53 home runs have come here at this park that plays small, and so you expect a team to really come out and hit the ball hard. They led the league last year in home runs and well on their way to being top 2 in the league this season as well, although this lineup has shown a bit of more of a propensity to hit the ball for average as opposed to hitting the ball over the fence. However, they can still hit the long ball when indeed they need to. Meanwhile, though, Charleston actually hitting better on the road than they are at home. They hit 247 at home. They hit 267 on the road, and that includes, I should say, that double-digit hit performance a night ago here in this very ballpark. It'll be interesting to see against the lefties how that comes into play. Of course, we talked about a 228 team against left-handed pitching, but 267 on the road. So which one of those is going to give tonight? We'll find out as John Anderson will take the mound here in just about 3 or 4 minutes as we are almost set for first pitch here at Caramount Health Park. Hurley Rodriguez, that 11-game hit streak, we talked about it on the other side for Charleston. Nick Longy has been crushing the ball as of late. Showed that off last night, 3 for 5 in that game a night ago. A game-tying home run, and then the go-ahead single that scored 2 runs to make it a 6-4 game in the top of the ninth off Jesus Balaguer. A rare miscue on the mound for Balaguer this season, leads the team. And a team that leads the league in saves. He came out and has been as solid as you can be in the early going of this year. Fortunately, last night just didn't have his A stuff. The velocity was there, just not necessarily the control. Led to a few walks, a few base hits, and of course, the 2-out, 2-run single by Nick Longy that proved to be the difference, I should say, in the ball game. Joseph Rosa had a go-ahead double of his own earlier in the ball game last night. He continues his hot streak as well, but we'll see if this lineup can stay consistent. Couple guys getting the start tonight that weren't in the starting lineup last night, although we did see their name late in the game in the pinch hit situation. With the way things go with that DH, it's kind of a crapshoot. Now, of course, Goose Gotzo more or less biting the bullet last night. He pulled Zach Godley after the 4th inning. A lot of pitches thrown in the first 4 innings for a guy that hasn't pitched in a few weeks, and so they didn't want to just go out and burn him out on his first start. He went out and had a heck of a start. 4 innings pitched, allowed just 2 earned runs, struck out 8, didn't allow a walk on the night. Ian McKinney came out through 2 solid innings as well. The bullpen pitched very well. Bordner stranded the bases loaded earlier in the late innings, but of course with the bases loaded and 2 outs, they were unable to take care of business in the top half of the ninth. Starting lineup though tonight for your Honey Hunters goes as follows. Rodriguez, Reinheimer, and Rosa. Nothing changes at the top of the lineup for the Honey Hunters as they go 1, 2, and 3. Luis Castro out at first base. He'll bat 4th. Raider Ascanio up in the 5 spot again out at 3rd base. Reese Hampton back in the starting lineup tonight. He'll play out in left. Zach Jarrett, who came in as a pinch hitter, as well as Reese Hampton last night. Both them in the starting lineup. Jarrett out in right. He'll bat 7th. In the 8th spot, the newcomer, Jalen Smith, came down after getting released by the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, was picked up this past weekend, made his debut, had a couple of base hits in that debut in a game-deciding couple of innings, and that 9-5 win to wrap up the season, the series sweep, I should say, against High Point on Sunday afternoon and evening. He'll get in the 8th spot. He'll be in the DH spot here tonight. And then Stuart Levy behind the plate again for the second hot night in Gastonia. He will catch for John Anderson here for the starting lineup for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. We will take a break when we get back. Starting lineup and first pitch for Charleston coming up when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network right here on 1450 AM, 101 FM, WGNC, Gastonia, Charlotte. Don't go anywhere. First pitch right around the corner.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Miss out on all the action at Caramont Health Park this summer. Get your tickets for every Honey Hunters home game by calling 704-874-1810 or log on to www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets to reserve your spot this season. That number again, 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, 704-874-1810. Whether you're stuck in traffic after a long day at work or working through a 10-game road trip, nothing feels as good as being home. If you're looking to enter the marketplace as a buyer or a seller, Moss Realty has a proven history of results with professionals that operate in the highest spirit of ethical conduct. Let them work for you. Call 704-865-5555 and find out how Moss Realty gets it done. 704-865-5555, Moss Realty. The Gas House Bar and Grill is the place to find a broad palette of menu items that you won't find anywhere else at Caramont Health Park. Burgers? Got it. Pulled pork nachos? Check. How about jerk chicken sandwiches? We got that too. Oh, and fried plantains? Of course we do. The Gas House Bar and Grill is a world tour for the taste buds, nightly at Caramont Health Park. We'll see you at the Gas House Bar and Grill.
This is Sam Bordner of the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and you are listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
GSM Services helps people live better through improved comfort, health, and energy efficiency. GSM Services provides high-quality home and commercial improvement services. They offer services for heating and cooling, energy audits, duct and dryer vent cleaning, attic insulation, crawl space solutions, generators, commercial roofing, and HVAC, indoor air cleaning products, and much, much more. GSM has been taking care of their customers' comfort since 1927. This unmatched experience has led them to build reliable processes to serve you and offer guidance to help you choose the right options for your home and business comfort needs. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com to talk to someone about the comfort issues you have in your home. GSM is a proud sponsor of your Gastonia Honey Hunters. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com. Go Honey Hunters!
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Back here, ready to go for first pitch inside the Gas House on this hot and sticky Wednesday night. Temperatures approaching the 100-degree mark here in Gastonia. Earlier on today, about 95 as we approach first pitch here at 6:18 on this Wednesday night. Wind down Wednesday in the park. Crowd still filing in here to see if they can watch their Gastonia Honey Hunters even the series at a game apiece with a win tonight as we take a look at the starting lineup for the visiting Charleston Dirty Birds as they came out victorious last night in Game 1 for the second straight Tuesday in what is going to be 3 straight weeks that they will meet on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They'll be right back here in Gastonia next week. However, Anthony Seymour back to the top of the lineup. Engel Beltre will bat second out in left field. Juan Perez will be in right field tonight. He'll bat third. Once again, Nick Longy, of course, out at first base in the cleanup spot. Former Arizona Diamondback Nick Heath will be in the DH spot batting fifth tonight. Yovan Gonzalez is going to get the start behind the plate in the stead of Alfredo Gonzalez tonight. He will bat sixth. Diego Goris out at second base batting seventh. Scott Burcham out at third base tonight, switching from shortstop from an evening ago. He will bat eighth. And Connor Justice, who was not in the lineup last night, will get the start out at shortstop and bat ninth, as Ryan Lawler will get the ball in his hand to get the start tonight. But we will talk about him in the bottom half of the inning as it is time for first pitch. John Anderson has the ball, and Anthony Seymour will step his way into the box to get us started here on this Wednesday evening in Gastonia. Gastonia looking to move to 5 games up in the South Division, with just 19 games left to be played in the first half, trying to lock it up as Anderson kicks and deals, and we are underway with a called ball low and inside to Anthony Seymour here tonight. Seymour set to go here as Anderson We'll take a minute to watch that ball go across the bottom of the plate and skip in. 2-0 the count. Seymour coming into tonight hitting .283 against lefties from the right side of the plate. He is one of the couple of switch hitters that they have in the lineup for Charleston. 2-0 pitch comes home. Called a strike, taken the whole way to the inside corner it goes. 2-1. Seymour has 13 hits so far this season against lefties, 23 total bases with 4 doubles, 2 home runs. But just looking for a base hit to start it out here tonight. Not much you're going to have to do to put a sting on the ball this evening with the way this ball's going to get up and out and carry on you. So pitcher's going to have to keep it down. Hitters, I imagine several of them going to be trying to swing for the fences. Second one coming in for a strike there to the outside corner, 2-2. Looking for the strikeout to start the game for the second straight night of the Honey Hunters, but a foul tip into the screen it goes. It was 1-2-3 all via the strikeout last night. Just 2 above the minimum for Zach Godley in his first inning pitched as Gastonia Honey Hunter racked up 8 strikeouts in 4 innings last night. Anderson set to go on another 2-2. Popped up right side. Castro, long room to run down the right field line as he'll get there and catch it nonchalantly over the left shoulder for out number 1. So 1 up, 1 down for John Anderson. We talked about it. Anderson, a guy that will go out and throw to contact. 4.47 ERA with 47 hits getting up, and he's only allowed 18 earned runs in 50 innings. Has 42 strikeouts and has only walked 16. So a guy that will strike out his fair share, but will also get the ball put in play. Defense going to have to go to work tonight. Engel Beltre steps in as he'll be the second to greet lefty-on-lefty matchup here in the number 2 spot. Outside called a strike to start things out and a breaking ball out and away. Anderson, like I said, coming back after a couple of games off. Not sure what the injury was, but they put him on the inactive list for a couple of games, and he comes back out looking to get refreshed out there on the mound. A couple of roster moves, and especially on the pitching side of things in these last couple of weeks. Saw a couple of those new faces last night. High pitch up and in that time. We'll make it 2-1 now. Beltre from the left side, still hitting .233 against lefties this year. 10 hits, 1 double, 2 home runs, 8 RBIs. Only a .244 on base percentage against lefties, though. So a guy that's either going to go up, put the ball in play, but may not get on base. He's not necessarily, though, going to strike out very often against lefties. Just 3 strikeouts on the season so far. 3-1 the count. Anderson going to have to battle back. Here comes the pitch. Big rip on that one by Beltre, but he's out in front. Strike 2. Full count pitch now here to the number 2 hitter in the order. Due up on deck, Juan Perez. The 3-2 here from Anderson. Grounded right side. Rosa right there in the shift. And an easy throw to Castro at first for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down for the Dirty Birds here in the top of the first. That's where that shift comes into play. Despite it being a lefty on lefty, sometimes guys can be a little late, but not necessarily blow you away type stuff from John Anderson from the left side arm slot. But a guy that can pinpoint the baseball. And like we have seen in the first 2 hitters, the ball's going to be put in play, but it really won't be all that hard a contact. Just under about a hit an inning given up so far this season. First pitch called, a strike outside corner to Juan Perez. As he comes out of the DH spot tonight, he'll be out in right field. Nick Longy waiting on deck. And not the guy right now that you want to see up for Charleston with a runner on base or in scoring position, that's for sure. 0-1, set to come home here. Gets Perez looking silly out in front of a breaking ball. Ball spiked about 6 inches shy of the plate, but Perez making his mind up as the ball came out of the hand and couldn't hold back in time. Goes all the way through the zone for strike 2. Anderson chopping the gum. Honey Hunters in their home white uniforms. Road grays for Charleston here on this Wednesday night. 0-2 pitch, misses upstairs, can't get him to climb the ladder. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 away, but Anderson looking for a 1-2-3 inning. No time wasted here for Anderson as he comes set, and here comes the pitch. Foul ball off of the inner part of the leg of Perez, then off the catcher, but foul ball indeed. It'll remain 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Juan Perez. Perez coming in, hitting .303 overall on the season. .293 against lefties. Just trying to get the first hit of the ball game here. Anderson, left side ground ball, well foul. Raider Ascanio not necessarily having to move very far. Now left fielder and Reese Hampton shaded well towards the left center field gap, so there's a ton of room down the line in the outfield. Ascanio at third base is creeping that direction, so trying to avoid any sort of ground ball hot shots. As that one fouled off back towards the Charleston dugout off the end of the bat. It'll remain 1-2, so Juan Perez at least doing the job in the middle of the order of making the starter throw some pitches in the top half of the first inning. Make him earn the out, if you will. 1 ball, 2 strikes again as Anderson kicks and deals. Fastball low across the shins. Perez will hold, and it's 2-2. Good at-bat here from Perez so far. And at the very least, despite what might happen, 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. Making him throw a few here in the top of the first. 2-2, swung on and missed strike 3 as he ends up getting the strikeout. Perez throws his bat in frustration. But 3 up, 3 down for Anderson. On comes the offense, looking to get it started early and often tonight. As it'll be Rodriguez, Reinheimer, and Rosa due up when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network, WGNC, 1450 AM, 101 FM. We're back after this.
Being first, the beginning of the line. So many people work so hard to be number 1. But at Caramount Health, you don't have to struggle to be first. We prioritize you. Our award-winning teams use advanced treatments to serve you. We deliver the compassion and quality you deserve, always growing, building, and innovating for your care, your health, your life. Caramount Health. Care first.
If coming to a Honey Hunters game is good, then coming to a game as a group is better. If you're a school, church, or civic organization looking for a great time together, call 704-874-1810 and ask about a group package. The number again is 704-874-1810. Ask about our picnic options that include hot dogs, sliders, and pulled pork. 704-874-1810. Honey Hunters Baseball. Better with friends.
Folks, it's been the thrill of a lifetime to bring professional baseball back to the airwaves of Gaston County. As a lifelong supporter of Gastonia baseball, I understood at an early age how important it was to hear the game when I couldn't be at the game. And with the advent of internet streaming now, Gastonia Honey Hunters games have even more import within the community. It also provides a great opportunity to get your message out to the Gaston County community. If advertising with the Honey Hunters is something that interests you, give me a call at 704-874-1810 and inquire about advertising with the Gastonia Honey Hunters. The number again, 704-874-1810. The Honey Hunters Radio Network, your hometown team. Thank you for supporting Gastonia baseball.
Bottom of the first we go. Sorry about that. A 1-2-3 for John Anderson in the top half of the inning, and on we go to the bottom half as it'll be Hurley Rodriguez will lead things off against the lefty pitcher in Ryan Lawler. Lawler, an 8th-round pick out of the University of Georgia to the Atlanta Braves back in 2015. Spent some time bouncing around the Atlanta organization, and then most recently with Chicago. Spent all of 2021 between AAA and AA for the Cubs. But now he finds his way here to Charleston, and he will get the start tonight, just the 3rd start of the season and 16th appearance overall. But he is going up against one of the best hitting lineups, at least over the last 10 to 12 games in the league. So we'll see if the Honey Hunters can get things going in this bottom half of the first. Hurley Rodriguez comes in with an 11-game hit streak, looking to make it a dozen here tonight, as he will climb his way into the box on the left side. And we are set to go in the bottom of the first. Third baseman in Burcham all the way in on the grass, expecting a drag bunt. First pitch low and outside, called a ball, and we're underway here in the bottom half of the first for Rodriguez. Hitting .350 in the month of June is Hurley Rodriguez, including an 11-game hit streak. That's a 71-plus point advantage in his batting average in just this month alone between May and June. So halfway through this month, crazy enough, he is hitting the ball very, very well, and especially he's trying to set the table at the top of the lineup. 2-0 count to him here, so a good hitter in a good hitter situation. Lawler brings it home, taking the whole way there outside, called a strike on the fastball, 88 miles an hour. So kind of mirror images of each other are Lawler and Anderson. Neither guy going to blow you away in terms of velocity, but they have very good control on the baseball. As Lawler will bring home the 2-1, drag bunt coming. That's going to be a tough one. Lawler comes off the mound, flicks it with the glove, and the Webb Gym gets us started here as he gets Hurley Rodriguez almost beat it out. A kind of a last gas effort to get the glove to it by Lawler, and he ushers it on, but made the pitcher work for that out. That is for sure, as he's got a wry smile on his face saying, hey, I wouldn't expect to come off the mound running that too soon, but one up, one down on the drag bunt opportunity there by Hurley Rodriguez. So that'll lead it up to Jack Reinheimer. Reinheimer 1 for 5 last night. Has struggled a bit at home as of late. He'll still hitting over 300 on this, or just shy of 300 on the year, 298 overall. And you look at the RBI numbers, the way they are right now, if he and Rosa stay healthy, you're talking about a shortstop and second base combination that could be pushing the 250 mark in terms of the RBI category this season. That is rare, to say the least, to get that kind of RBI production out of the middle infield. First pitch misses for a ball. Second one comes in. Almost the same spot, but a little bit higher, and called a strike to the outside. Reinheimer, a guy that made it to the Mets Major League squad a couple of years back. Charlotte native, went to Ardrey Kell High School right down the road as he swings and lines it back. Unfortunately for Reinheimer, he had to watch his ECU Pirates go down to the Texas Longhorns earlier on this past weekend, that is, as the Longhorns headed on to Omaha. This is the Final 8 for the College World Series. Always a fun time in baseball. Major League Baseball in full swing, as are the professional leagues and partner leagues of the MLB, and then the postseason starting to wrap up for college baseball. Kind of that best of all worlds in the baseball world, that is. Ground ball up the middle here by Reinheimer. Going to be a tough play. Spins and throws, does justice, but can't beat Reinheimer. The speedy man down the first base line will beat it out, and almost certainly should be a base hit, as that would have been a heck of a play by Connor Justice going to his left on a spin and a throw. But Reinheimer will scoot his way down the line, and the second leading stolen base getter in the league will be on first base with one out. And Joseph Rosa will step in from the right-handed batter's box. Infield single that time for Reinheimer. Joe Rowe coming up with a 2 RBI double last night in the bottom half of the 5th inning that gave the Honey Hunters a 3-2 lead. Of course, they would watch that be surrendered in the top half of the 6th and then again in the top half of the 7th. Ultimately losing that game 6-4. Reinheimer leads from first. Didn't see a lefty move last night, as now Rosa carries one out to left field, but a pretty routine fly ball out there for Beltre. And he'll take a couple of steps in for out number 2. And on one pitch, they will retire a dangerous hitter in Joseph Rosa. So with 2 outs, Luis Castro will try to keep the inning going. Similar start to the game than last night. Reinheimer with a first inning base hit, but couldn't move him off at second base. So Castro will dig in, the Venezuelan-born right-handed hitter, playing out at first base tonight, kind of that utility guy for Gastonia here this season. Didn't necessarily start a lot in the early part of the year, but with some lineup changes, he has seen a bit more action as of late. Castro coming in hitting .231 against lefties. Check on the runner over there in Reinheimer. Kind of the C move that time, if you will, for Lawler. Lefties known for their shifty moves over to first base, so always got to have that in the back of your mind if you're on the base paths as a runner. But Reinheimer will get a good lead. Kick and deal. First pitch swinging that time by Castro, fouls it straight back. Castro, one of the free swingers in this lineup for the Honey Hunters this season. A lot of first pitch swings by Castro as he goes up and dials up on some fastballs. Got it there, just missed it as he fouled it straight back. Overall, Castro hitting .274 on the season. 26 hits so far in 30 games. Runner goes. Reinheimer, beautiful jump. A throw down, but no chance to get him as Reinheimer picks up steal number 18, And now he's too shy of his teammate, Reese Hampton, for the league lead. Stolen base number 98 on the season for the league's best stolen base team in the Gastonia Honey Hunters for the second straight year. Who's got so Chuck Stewart? No doubt about it. They get any sort of speed on first base, they're probably going to send him. And a stolen base now gives an RBI opportunity here to Luis Castro. Pitch comes home, skips in the dirt, but a good block by Jovan Gonzalez. He'll ask for a new baseball here from home plate umpire Gary Keller. And it should be a 2-1 count. Here to Luis Castro. Just looking for a base hit. A base hit with the way the outfield is playing right now should be plenty deep enough to score Reinheimer from second. He'll be off on contact. But this is one of those early run-scoring opportunities Gastonia looking to cash in on. High pitch gets out of the glove. Reinheimer going to take off, and he will walk his way into third base. Miscue by the catcher that time. A high pitch, so he had to come out of the crouch, but it went right through the webbing of the catcher's mitt. And back to the backstop, and Reinheimer just had to put a light jog on to get down to third base. So now another pass ball could score a run, but a guaranteed single and a run here if Castro can extend the inning. 3 balls, 1 strike to Luis Castro. Here comes the pitch. Upstairs, that'll miss. And my apologies, it was a 2-2 count. Now 3-2. So the fastball can't necessarily pinpoint it just yet. Can Ryan Lawler has missed up several times with these first couple of hitters. So Castro taking a little extra time here before he climbs back in the box, a deep breath, and he'll tow his way back in here with a 3-2 count. Waiting on deck is Raider Ascanio. The wind of the pitch. Foul tipped, queued up on the 82-mile-an-hour changeup that time. I think Castro was sitting fastball, was able to put the end of the bat on it and foul tip it straight back. It'll stay 3-2. One home run for the Gastonia Honey Hunters last night, second in the league in that category with 53 now on the season. Luis Roman was the one to leave the yard last night, not in the starting lineup tonight against the lefty pitcher. Another 3-2 set to come home here to Castro. Another one fouled off and making Lawler earn that final out of the inning. Reinheimer wiping the sweat from his brow down on third base right now. It is a hot night. Wind has been swirling around. Might see some weather roll in here again. It's a 95-degree day in the summer in the southeast. There's always a 50-50 shot you're going to see storms, but we'll hope that they miss us here on this Wednesday night, because they most certainly won't cool things down, that's for sure. Castro frustrating Lawler a bit here as he takes his time getting back in the box. That right foot all the way back on the very edge of the right-handed batter's box here for Castro. Another 3-2 pitch here from Lawler. Fastball misses high, ball 4, and Castro will extend the inning with a 2-out walk, and that'll lead it up to Raider Ascanio. Ascanio hitting .300 against lefties this season with 9 hits and 2 RBIs. But Ascanio in general right now, another guy that is red hot in the month of June. Comes in hitting over .375 with 4 extra base hits and 3 and 8 RBIs. Almost put one out of here last night. But Ascanio will step up just looking for a simple base hit. And that is what he's been really good at. That's why he's had such a high mark in June. He's gone away from trying to put the ball out of the park on a big rip, as I say it there. But when he goes through the zone short and sweet, he is hard to get out, as he is able to find a lot of gaps. Left fielder playing pretty deep out there is Beltran. Castro at first, Reinheimer at third with 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Lawler sends one to the top half of the zone, 1-1 now. As Lawler, already approaching the 20 pitch mark here in the bottom of the first. And on a hot day, and you're expecting your starter, that is, to go 5 innings for you so you don't get that double hook rule coming into effect. Both teams saw that go by the wayside last night. As a ball in the dirt, Ascanio is able to hold back. They won't appeal the call. Now they will, and home plate umpire last night and Kevin Morgan down at first base tonight. He will say no. Ascanio was able to hold back in time, 2-1. Justin Burton, the second base umpire tonight. My apologies, Kevin Morgan out at third base tonight. Justin Burton out at first with Gary Keller behind the plate. 2-1 pitch to Ascanio. Another high fastball. So the high part of the zone, right about the letters and just underneath, almost in that gap between the Honey Hunters and the numbers on their uniform. Going to be a tough strike with Gary Keller behind the plate. Not a guy that gives you a high part of the zone. Will give you the low outside corner, though. So we'll see if the lefties start to go that direction. 3-1 pitch. Trying to avoid back-to-back walks with 2 outs and loading the bases. That one fouled back and out of play. Reese Hampton, he is waiting on deck here. 5th batter in the lineup here in the bottom of the first as Ascanio fouls that one back. Castro will be on the move on the pitch. With a 3-2 count, 2 away. Reinheimer down there at third. Runner goes. Here comes the pitch. Line down the left field line. Chuck Stewart staying put. Reinheimer dodging out of the way of a hot shot by Ascanio. But it is indeed foul, and we'll have to redo the 3-2. Ascanio hitting 266 overall this season. Was under the Mendoza line coming into this month, but has already seen his batting average shoot up over 50 points. Looking for RBI number 14 on the season if he can get a base hit into the outfield here. Another 3-2 pitch. We'll see if they go back to the changeup. They'll set up outside and away as they'll check on the runner as well. Castro, of course, moving on the pitch. Longy holding him on there a little bit longer than he did on that previous pitch. He and Castro having a conversation down there. You know, it's funny, you watch these teams and very familiar with one another. You play 132 games in the season, you're bound to get to know some guys on some other teams. All of them with the same goal, and that's to get to the major leagues. Runner goes again, ground ball left side, hot shot, kicks off the glove. That's going to score a run as Castro will round around second base. He'll get into third on a hard chopper that time by Ascanio. Third baseman and Bertram tried to make a play, kicked off the webbing of the glove. Justice at shortstop couldn't help him out, and it's 1-0 Gastonia. Reinheimer comes home to score, and it is indeed 1-0 here. Honey Hunters in the bottom of the first. And now Reese Hampton will come up and we'll redo a first and third situation. Give the RBI to Ascanio there on the base hit. That was going to be a heck of a play by Bertram if he was able to hold on to it. First and third, 2 outs. Castro goes to third base on the play as he was on the move on the pitch. Ball kind of got kicked into no man's land in the left field, and with Bertram coming well away from the bag, nobody there to cover it. Called a strike here, though, that started out to Reese Hampton. Hampton hitting just over 275 against lefties this season, out in front of a curveball and fouls it back. It's 0-2. Hampton played his college ball just down the road at UNC Charlotte. Another Charlotte native, returns from last season. Played 46 games, had 50 hits for the Gastonia Honey Hunters a season ago. As runner will go, curveball grounded right side. That one's through on the hit and run. That's going to score another run, and Ascanio going to go first to third as he was moving on the pitch. Good, simple piece of hitting for an RBI base knock by Reese Hampton, and it's 2-0 Gastonia.
That brings up your right fielder, number 28, Zach Jarrett.
So Gastonia, with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, hitting just .209 as a club. But already 2 hits here in the bottom of the first with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. And it's a 2-0 lead as Zach Jarrett will tow his way in. First pitch to him, hits it deep out left field. That ball carrying, that ball up and off the top of the fence. That'll score 1. Hampton coming screaming around third as Jarrett will slide in with a double, just missing a home run. But either way, a 2-run double for Zach Jarrett, and it's 4-0 in the bottom of the first. And that one of those balls that probably would have been gone at most other ballparks, but with a 30-foot high fence, it just tucks underneath the yellow piping. But with 2 outs, Hampton screaming around second on contact. He will come all the way around to score as diving in safely ahead of the tag is Jarrett at second base. So right now, proving those numbers wrong, and the analytics folks scratching their head. 2-out double and 2 RBIs for Zach Jarrett. Didn't even get a chance to talk about him yet, as Jarrett came into the ballgame hitting 188 against left-handed pitching. But found a fastball up in the zone, and he put the barrel to it. That'll lead it up now here to Jalen Smith. Made a heck of a debut, or official debut was as a pinch runner on Saturday, but made his hitting debut on Sunday afternoon on a Bark at the Park day here at Caramount Health Park. Came away with 3 hits in the effort and a 9-5 win to complete the series sweep against the Honey Hunters. Smith on the season comes hitting .438, 16 at-bats. He has 7 hits, as that one's going to drop in down the left field line. And another run. Smith around first, trying to scream his way into second. Ball gets away, and Smith will get into third base standing up. And the runs piling up here in the bottom of the first inning, as Smith, just a simple line drive down the left field line, bounces in. Was going to be a double, but the throw from Beltre gets far and away from Goris at second base, and Smith all the way into third. And now the 9th hitter of the inning comes up. Third start of the season for Lawler, not going as planned, and now a mound visit here in the first inning. So give Jalen Smith the double, and then he will advance to third on the throwing error out in left field. He'll pick up the RBI as well. So 4 straight RBI hits here for the Gastonia Honey Hunters in the bottom of the first, all of which coming with 2 outs. It started the inning with a fielder's choice. Reinheimer got on an infield single, stole second base, got to third on a pass ball, a fly out by Joseph Rosa. So it was 2 outs with a runner at third and a runner at first after a 2-out walk to Castro. Now 4 straight hits, including back-to-back doubles, have come around to score 5 runs, and they're not done just yet as Stuart Levy will step up. Trying to bat around in the bottom of the first are the Honey Hunters. some much-needed cloud cover, albeit maybe some rain clouds rolling in here in Gastonia, but it is what it is. They're going to keep playing until the umpire says to get off the field. Breeze blowing in from right field right now, kind of a rarity here at Caramount Health Park. First pitch misses upstairs and outside to Stuart Levy. And this is the outing in the bottom of the first that Gastonia's been wanting here at home, putting some separation and some breathing room, letting your starter go out there a little free in the top half of the second. Line drive left side, hot shot heads up down there on the facade as it ricochets down into the rocking chairs. Always got to keep your head on a swivel. Doesn't matter how far the netting extends at any ballpark. If you're just joining us, well, welcome in. Mike Glenn alongside you. A 5-run bottom of the first here for Gastonia, all with 2 outs. Has made it a 5-0 lead with 5 base hits against Charleston. Much different than last night here in Gastonia. Ball skips across the dirt that time. 1-1 now here to Levy. Rodriguez waits on deck. Might get a second chance here in the first. Started the bottom of the first off with a drag bunt that he got called out on a heck of a play by Lawler coming off the mound. Flipped it with his glove over to first. Pitch comes home, grounded left side. Levy frustrated with himself, out in front of an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. It was right in the happy zone, but just unable to come away with a base hit. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Little Rock, Arkansas native, made it as high as the AAA level in the Baltimore Orioles organization. 25th rounder back in 2015. He'll step out of the box. Another 2015 draft pick in Ryan Lawler on the mound, just trying to stop the bleeding. He'll kick and deal on a 2-strike pitch. Curveball misses high as Jovan Gonzalez, a shake of the head as he'll get it back out to his pitcher, 3-2. Talked about it. Gary Keller, a very consistent behind the plate guy. You will not get the upper half of the zone. It's going to be lower 2/3 of the zone, or at least of the what people would consider the uniform strike zone, if there is such a thing. As this ball skied out to left field, Beltre will creep back to the wall, puts a hand to it, leaps, can't make the play as it kicks away, and Levy has extra bases. So another double with 2 outs in the inning, 3 straight doubles and an RBI, and they have batted around here in the bottom of the first, as that'll make it 6 runs. Now that is a Caramount Health Park double, if you will, as that ball just kept on carrying to left field, and 304 down the left field line. A little bit farther out towards left field is where that one kicked up, but either way, it's good for good for an RBI double for Levy. And Levy now, with that hit, will pick up his 17th RBI of the season and his 7th double on the year. And Gastonia putting a hurting on Charleston to start the game. They've officially batted around as Rodriguez comes up and swings for the fences here in the first. On the first pitch, fastball across the zone. Every guy to touch second base tonight so far has scored for Gastonia. Levy will lead from second here as Rodriguez set to go. A bit of a shift on him here. Third baseman having to peruse most of that left side of the infield, as Justice well behind second base here, as Hurley Rodriguez will have a tendency to pull the ball, but you'd love to see him push it the opposite direction if he could. Rodriguez, a Venezuelan native, spent some time in the Tigers and Phillies organization, spent all of last year in the Mexican and Venezuelan winter leagues. Large lead there for Levy, as now the pitch comes home, a high pitch, and able to hold back that time was Rodriguez. That'll even the count at 1 ball and a strike. Lawler too shy of 40 pitches now on the ball game in just the first inning, so I'd be hard-pressed to say if his offense doesn't get going that he will last that 5-inning mark here tonight. The DH spot currently in the 5 spot for Charleston tonight. Swung on and missed by Rodriguez, pulled his head on the follow-through. Looking at Alex Holderbach down there at the first base coach's box. Well out in front, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes here to Hurley Rodriguez. Started the inning with the out, trying not to complete it with an out either. Down a ball and a strike, down a ball and 2 strikes. Chops one right side, playable for Longy as he will grab it and step on the bag at first base, but not before. 6 hits lead to 6 runs, all with 2 outs for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and they got a 6-0 lead after the first. We will head on into the second. John Anderson comes out with a big-time lead when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, kids, have you seen it? Better yet, have you tried it? It's the new look Watson's Kids Zone at Caramont Health Park. The Watson's Kids Zone is new and improved with a slide that I've heard can give you a view of Charlotte. Allegedly. It is the best game day experience possible, and you can find it at Caramont Health Park during every Gastonia Honey Hunters game. The new Watson's Kids Zone at Caramont Health Park. Gastonia Honey Hunters fans, thank you. In the month of May, 2 attendance records were broken on back-to-back nights. On Saturday, May 21st, we eclipsed 3,000 in attendance for the first time in our history, and we owe it all to you. The Gastonia Honey Hunters are working hard to make sure you have a fantastic time at Caramont Health Park. But if you haven't been to a Honey Hunters game, what are you waiting for? With tickets that start at just $8, watching your Gastonia Honey Hunters might never be more affordable. Call 704-874-1810 and get your tickets for Gastonia Honey Hunters baseball. Want to book online? www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets. The number again, 704-874-1810. The Gastonia Honey Hunters, thank you for supporting your hometown team.
Big time bottom of the first for the Honey Hunters, coming away with 6 hits and 6 runs. 5 of those 6 hits and all 6 runs coming with 2 outs in the inning. As a team coming in hitting .209 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Not looking like it in the bottom half of the first, and a big time cushion here for John Anderson as he comes out for his second inning of work. A clean sheet in the top half of the first. A quick 1-2-3 for him. But he'll face Nick Longy, Nick Heath, and Jovan Gonzalez, 4, 5, and 6 in the order to start out the bottom half of the second. Longy red hot this season for Charleston, coming in hitting over 325 on the year as he continues to climb the ranks in the Atlantic League in the top 5 now in batting average. Hit an absolute monster of a home run last night to the deepest part of the park here in dead center field, or I should say just to the left of the batter's eye in dead center. That tied the game in the top half of the 6th, and then came up with the deciding blow in the top of the 9th with 2 outs and the bases loaded. A 2-run single that made it 6-4, and that was the final. He'll come up here just looking for a base hit. He'll take the first pitch from John Anderson for a called strike, and we're underway back here at Caramont Health Park in the bottom of the second. Nick Longy, probably the top prospect for the franchise for Charleston here, as that ball called a strike low across the knee as manager over there for Charleston and Billy Horn not a fan of the call and letting the umpire hear about it. High chopper left side to Reinheimer at short, scoops it, fires to first for out number 1. Last night, the high part of the zone was there, low part was not. Tonight, the exact opposite. And last night, neither team a stranger of letting the umpire behind the plate know when they were displeased with a call. That is for sure. Nick Heath, the former Diamondback, will stand up and bat from the left side of the plate. Was out in right field last night. Switched him over to center on a quadruple switch, a rarity in this day and age, but with the DH rule, they had to make some late inning decisions. Did Charleston, ended up working out in their favor. Heath, though, is up in the 5 spot tonight in the DH spot. First pitch called a strike, second one coming now from Anderson. That ball hit out into center field. That one's carrying on Rodriguez, but Rodriguez a good jump off the bat and able to run it down just shy of the warning track for round number 2. 5 up, 5 down to start the game for John Anderson. So that'll bring up Jovan Gonzalez. Came on as a pinch hitter in the game last night. Had a pinch hit single in the top of the 7th. That led to a Scott Burcham double that scored the tying run and made it 4 apiece. He'll step up here with 2 outs, though, just trying to put the ball in play and get a base hit for the first time for his team, as now the 6th guy in the order up. First pitch called a strike. John Anderson starting it out again. 90 miles an hour there. Creeping up on the gun here tonight. Back-to-back strikes, 0-2. And you give Anderson a lead, he's going to go out there and give you a quality start. He's going to go out there and throw strikes and make his pitches count, and he's doing it so far here tonight. 6-0 lead, always a little bit more of a cushion when you go out there as a starting pitcher. 0-2 comes home. Just misses low, but Levy nodding his head saying, put it there again. And the 1-2, Anderson looking for 6 up, 6 down to start the game. Curveball, grounded left side. Up the middle, Reinheimer spins, fires. Did he get him? Yes, he did! On a beautiful pick by Castro. Reinheimer showing off the leather here tonight, and Castro helping him out with the assist and picking it out of the dirt. And Gastonia and John Anderson gets him 1-2-3 again here in the top of the 2nd. On to the bottom half of the 2nd we go. Gastonia looking to pour a few more on when we get back here on the Gastonia Honey Hunters Radio Network.
Make sure that you come out for an exciting June at Caramount Health Park as your Gastonia Honey Hunters take on the best of the Atlantic League. On June 10th through 12th, the High Point Rockers make their way to Caramount Health Park. On June 14th through 16th, as well as the 21st through the 23rd, the Charleston Dirty Birds come to Caramount Health Park. The Wild Health Genomes return to Caramount Health Park from June 28th through the 30th. Get your tickets by calling 704-874-1810. The number again, 704-874-1810. 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, your hometown team.
Back here inside the gas house. Gastonia on top after 1.5, 6-0, and they're right back up in the order, 2, 3, and 4. Reinheimer, Rosa, and Castro. Reinheimer started the hit parade in that bottom of the 1st inning with a base hit on the infield. Ended up stealing second base, advanced over to 3rd, and was the first run of the game for Gastonia. They put up 6 runs and 5 hits with 2 outs in the inning to take this 6-0 advantage, and looking to pile more on here to Ryan Lawler in just his 3rd start. Came in with a 4.97 ERA, but unfortunately for him, that's going to be climbing up over 5, as he'll try to get a couple more innings in to at least hold the bullpen back. Bullpen for Charleston active last night, as they used 6 pitchers on the night last night to come away with the win. But here tonight, hoping to not have to dive too deep into the bullpen. Gastonia, though, doing a good job hitting the ball against the lefty to start it out. Reinheimer back over 300 now with that base hit back in the 1st inning. Gastonia's shortstop will come up. He and Rosa, we talked about it in the top of the broadcast. If they keep going at the pace they are and they can stay healthy and at least active throughout the rest of the season, they will approach the 200 to 250 mark combined RBIs, and that is relatively unheard of in the professional baseball ranks by middle infield. And oh yeah, they're really good with the leather too. Either way, Reinheim will step back in looking for a base hit here to start off the bottom of the second. Lawler set to go as he will kick and deal here on the 0-0 pitch. And the lefty misses outside and upstairs for ball one. We'll keep an eye on the High Point game as that one progresses on here tonight. Of course, a win here tonight for Gastonia and a loss by High Point would move them to a 5-game lead in the South Division here with 19 games left to be played, including this evening. It's a team here at home hitting just shy of 300. As now up over 300 with that first inning, resulting the way it did. Low and across the shins that time, 2-1 here to Reinheim to lead off the second inning. Rosa due up next. He flew out on one pitch his first time around as he just missed a fastball up in the zone, but he is a guy that can run into one to say the very least. Lawler again gets Reinheimer to chase as a pitch out and away. It was a circle change that started in the zone and then dove out and away in a hurry, and Reinheimer unable to hold back. That's always a tough one for a righty, especially when it starts around thigh to knee-high level. You're thinking you could put the head of the bat on it on the outside corner. And then all of a sudden just falls off a table. High fastball misses around the eyes. 3 balls, 2 strikes. To the number 2 hitter in the lineup, and leading off this bottom of the second inning is Jack Reinheim. Reinheimer last year wrapped up his minor league career, at least for right now, that is. Played up in AAA Tacoma. 91 games played with 79 hits and a .242 average in his first year as an Atlantic League hitter. Drafted by the Braves out of high school in 2010 in the 31st round. Ended up going to ECU right down the road and was drafted in 2013 in the 5th round. As that ball fouled up and out of play, and sorry about the issue there on the internet, as that foul ball is caught by Nick Longy down the right field line for out number 1. And so despite being up in the count for Jack Reinheimer, he'll see it go by the wayside as the lights come on here, I should say, at the Gas House. So if you're just joining us, some fireworks in the bottom half of the first. 6 runs on 6 hits. But 1 up, 1 down to start the bottom of the second. Joseph Rosa steps in with a sky-high average up over 330 coming into the game tonight. Sitting top 5 in the league in that category. Leads the league still in hits with 58 so far after 1 last night. First pitch called, a strikeout and away on the outer half of the zone. Lawler, we talked about it, just his 3rd start of the season. Has pitched just 15 innings coming in, 25 innings, my apologies, coming into tonight. 35 strikeouts, 14 walks. As that one smoked down the left field line, but well foul as it had the distance. Not the height, though. That probably would have gone off the netting, but would have been extra bases for Rosa. Either way, just a long strike, 0-2. Joe Rowe, a guy that no mystery to what he does. Gets into the box, short, sweet, compact swing. Gets the wrist through the zone in a hurry. And can move the ball around the ballpark with pretty good fashion, and he showed that off this year. And, of course, Gastonia hoping they can hold on to him for the remainder of the year. But I can imagine if it hasn't happened already, which I'm pretty sure it has, Major League Club's going to come sniffing for a guy that's an everyday second baseman that can show off power and consistency from both sides of the plate. 2-strike pitch kicks away. It's 2-2 now as Rosa will dig back into the box here. Catchers have to come out of that motion in a little bit more of a hurry this season. Haven't seen it very often, but hitters do have the option of anywhere in the count. If the ball gets away, they can take off and make a run down to first. But I think most hitters try to get up there and get the base hit the old-fashioned way. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here to Rosa. 6-0 ball game in the second. Curveball. Upstairs, called strike 3 as it breaks in, and Rosa wondering where's that pitch been the entirety of the first part of this game. And Rosa letting Gary Keller know about it behind the plate. And now Rosa going to have to be careful here. Guscazzo takes the trip off the top step. Coming out to get his second baseman. Don't need him to get tossed here. Either way, a strikeout looking, and there's 2 away. And to Rosa's credit, he does have an argument there. That pitch has not been a strike in the early part of the game from Gary Keller. But the late movement apparently put it close enough in the zone for Gary Keller to ring him up. First strikeout of the game for Lawler. First pitch called a strike here to Luis Castro. He walked and came around to score with this 2 outs in the inning. Back at the bottom of the first. Castro back in the box. Lawler taking a while, though, to cycle through the signs here with Yovan Gonzalez. Still has not come set, and now Castro will call timeout. So Lawler, I think, just waiting for Castro to bail him out on the timeout. Dropped the ball there, so Castro going to go through his pre-pitch routine as well. Taps both sides of the plate. He's ready to go as 0-1 will come home here to Castro. In the dirt as that one was spiked well shy of the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Castro signed with Colorado as a undrafted free agent in 2013 and spent last season with the Milwaukee organization in the minors. 276 average in his time spent in minor league baseball. 489 hits for Castro. Grounds it left side. Backhanded by Justice. Throws across the diamond. Good pick by Nick Longy at first base for out number 3, my apologies. As a good throw by Justice in the shortstop hole. And the assist that time for Justice, and the put out by Longy. Picks it out of the dirt for out number 3. So a clean sheet that time. 1-2-3. Go Gastonia, but through 2. Still 6-0 here at Caramount Health Park in Gastonia. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network. WGNC 1450 AM, 101 FM here in Gastonia, Charlotte.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a public service, here's a little vocabulary lesson for all the parents out there. The word is drip. Means cool, trendy, or hip. Where do Honey Hunters fans find their drip? Your fashion destination in the gas house is at the Honey Hunters team store at Caramount Health Park. Put some swag in your bag at the Honey Hunters team store. Hashtag drip season. Seriously, I have no idea what drip season means. Find out where your Honey Hunters are playing all season long at www.gohoneyhunters.com. Ticket information, www.gohoneyhunters.com. If you're looking for the latest game day fashion or wanting to bring a group to Caramount Health Park, gohoneyhunters.com. Your online home for the Gastonia Honey Hunters is gohoneyhunters.com. That's www.gohoneyhunters.com.
Hey, this is Brady Salisbury, and you're listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
The following is
On to the top of the third we go. John Anderson back out for his third inning of work, still with a 6-0 advantage here at home. Always a comfortable feeling for a starting pitcher, especially coming back after a couple of days on the inactive list. Come back out there and your team comes out and gets hot to start the game. Beautiful night for baseball. A warm one to say the very least, but a beautiful night nonetheless here in Gastonia. Temperatures up over 95 here today has been a steamer the last couple of days. Going to continue on throughout this week and into next. Looking ahead at the 10-day forecast, going to be up in the upper 90s again Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for this exact same series a week from yesterday. But still a couple more as Gastonia looking to even the series here tonight with a win. And more importantly, looking to gain ground atop the South Division with 19 games left to be played in the first half. Diego Goris, 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup, will lead things off here in the bottom of the third. The top of the third. Anderson has retired the first 6 in order. Simple strike throwing. 1 strikeout, but a lot of ground balls so far here in the game. Back-to-back strikes started out to Goris. It's 0-2. Goris having a long stare down with Gary Keller behind the plate. And I will say, both these clubs, 2 of them more vocal on wondering where the strike zone is over these last couple of ball games. That's for sure. Can't really point out one team or the other. They've both done it. 0-2 pitch. Inside, misses across the knees, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And, go back to that point. That's part of the human error of the game. You don't want to show up an umpire, as you might get rung up, especially if it's a 50-50 ball. Umpire might take it to heart and ring you up, so got to be careful with especially early inning chatter. Ground ball left side, they'll foul it off. Will Diego Goris. 1 ball, 2 strike. We'll redo the 1-2 as Goris will come all the way out and take a big lap around before he toes his way back into the right-handed batter's box. Goris, a guy hitting .233 against left-handed pitching, has struggled a bit from the dish away from home, but he is a fantastic fielder, so he is in the everyday lineup. Switched from second to third last night. He is out at second base tonight as he fouls that one back in the screen and is at least making Anderson approach the 40 pitch mark here in the third inning, my apologies. Anderson going to go 5 tonight, or at least try that way, as a swing and a miss, strike 3. Anderson will pick up strikeout number 44 now on the season, 2nd tonight. And he keeps on rolling to start the game. Scott Burcham, the third baseman, will step up as he came away with a double, an RBI double to tie the game in the 7th inning last night. And came around to score what proved to be the game-winning run as he scored on that 2 RBI single by Nick Longy. He'll swing and foul off the first pitch to make an 0-1 here as he will greet John Anderson. Burcham, a 25th round pick out of California State University of Sacramento by the Rockies back in 2015. At Sacramento State, was a career .278 hitter with 235 hits in 233 games played. Spent 6 years in the minors. Racked up 266 hits in the minor leagues at just shy of a .250 average. He's started this season, I should say, up in Southern Maryland. Ended up getting traded and has found his way to Charleston. 2-1 the count to him. That ball skied up into center field. Rodriguez with a long run, but it'll shade its way to left center, and Hampton calls him off for out number 2. This is a stereotypical John Anderson start. Through 2 2/3, it's just been weak contact by the first time through the order of this Charleston lineup. And the fielding has been pretty immaculate so far. Sitting top 5 in the league in fielding percentage are the Honey Hunters, but they've had their miscues here and there. Not so far tonight. A higher strike in the zone here against Connor Justice. And it's 0-1. Justice not in the starting lineup last night for the Dirty Birds, Has played in 30 games so far, though, for Charleston. Has 33 hits and is hitting .303, so just had a night off an evening ago. Ground ball left side, playable there for Ascanio. Picks it, fires it off, and gets the speedy Connor Justice, and that'll do it. 9 up, 9 down for John Anderson. And we're on to the bottom of the third, looking to tack some more runs on. But either way, through 3, John Anderson stays perfect. We're back after this on the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
Looking for a new career? Want to make an upwards of $40,000 a year? Want to work a schedule that fits your lifestyle? Want to do it all from the front seat of your car? I thought I had your attention. Domino's is hiring. If you want to cash in on a new opportunity, log on to jobs.domino's.com. That's jobs.domino's.com. Since 1927, GSM Services has been the experts for providing services and finding solutions for issues such as heating and cooling, hot, cold, or drafty rooms, high utility bills, nasty crawl spaces, attic insulation, duct and dryer vent cleanings, indoor air quality, and much more. GSM Services, your one-stop shop for all comfort issues in your home. GSM offers 100% satisfaction guaranteed, and right now they're offering a free home energy audit. So if you're having any issues in your home or office, know that you can always trust leaving your comfort to GSM. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com to talk to someone about any comfort issues you're having in your home. GSM is a proud sponsor of your Gastonia Honey Hunters. Don't miss out.
Raider Ascanio will lead things off here in the bottom half of the third inning. A 6-0 lead for Gastonia here as they put up 6 runs on 6 hits in the bottom of the first. And John Anderson, in his first start back from the inactive list, is absolutely cruising. 9 up, 9 down, and has not thrown a lot of pitches. In fact, sitting just shy of 40 so far. Excuse me, just over 40 at 42 pitches through his first 3 innings, but looking to give a solid 5 to Goose Gotso here tonight and to let his bullpen do the work that they have done all season long. That is why they are the #1 pitching staff in the league. Front office spent a lot of time and effort finding the right guys to bolster a beleaguered pitching staff from a season ago, and they've done just that. And by the way, the hitting hasn't been too bad either. Especially here at home, up over 300 as a team with that home cooking. Raider Ascanio digs in as he will greet Ryan Lawler back out there for the third inning. Lawler settling in the in the bottom half of the second. A 1-2-3, a pop-out, strikeout, and ground out through 2, 3, and 4 in the order. So he'll face the middle to bottom of the order here in this inning as Ascanio had an RBI single in his first at-bat. In fact, the next 5 guys in the order all came up with an RBI base hit in that first inning. Second pitch misses low and outside. 2-0 now here to Ascanio. So Ascanio, Hampton, Jarrett, Jalen Smith, and Stuart Levy all had RBIs. Zach Jarrett just missing a 3-run homer by a matter of inches. And that 30-foot high fence out in left field. Popped up behind the plate. Long run here for the catcher, but just over the netting. And Jovan Gonzalez can't make a play on it. It'll be 2 balls, 1 strike. And in the next half inning, we'll update you with some scores around the league as everybody underway on this Wednesday night. Everybody trying to avoid the weather on the East Coast right now with how hot it's been on a summer night. Always chances for storms, but for right now, Gastonia trying to ride it at least a lead through the 5th. So if they get to that point and they call the game, it'll be an official win for Gastonia here in Game 2. That one comes in for a strike. evens us up 2 balls, 2 strikes here. 87 miles an hour. That's been about the high velocity for Lawler so far here tonight. 88 is the highest so far across the gun. Check swing by Ascanio, but it's a called strike 3 either way. And now 5 straight retired here for Lawler as he starts to settle in. Second strikeout on the day for Lawler. 37 now, and just shy of 30 innings of work. Reese Hampton will step in. RBI base knock to the right side on a hit and run with 2 outs. Ascanio was on first. They sent him on a 0-2 pitch, and just a simple little swing through the zone to push it the other way for Hampton. Former UNC Charlotte 49er. And a Charlotte native. And a check down to first base. They'll say the check swing went through the zone as Burton, the first base umpire, rung him up on it, 0-1. Something last night that if it was not blatant, you were not going to get that call on the check swing. It had to be very blatant. But tonight, kind of a 50-50 one on that one. Could have gone, could have not. I don't know. Didn't see the replay, but one way or another, it's a check swing and called a ball. They'll check it down again on a similar type swing, and he'll say no that time. Hampton steps out of the box shaking his head saying, where was that on the last call? Either way, it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Lawler kind of a angled delivery. Not necessarily the stretch, but not a true windup either. Outside and away for the fastball called strike 2. A little 2-seam action on that one as it had some good spin rate away from the right-handed hitter to the outside corner. Lawler looking for a second consecutive strikeout to start the inning. Instead, he'll climb the ladder up top and miss around the eyes. Hampton, a guy that has struck out just 23 times in 119 at-bats so far this season. 26 hits. Now 27 with that base hit in the first as he skies one right side on the pop-up. Yovan Gonzalez throws the mask and comes screaming the other direction, shin guards and all, but just unable to get all the way there as he laughs at his dugout. I'm sure a couple of his guys razzing him on saying, hey, why didn't you get there? But you try to throw that catcher's gear on a 100-degree day and try to run that ball down and tell me if you can. Especially with the amount of foul territory you got to cover here at Caramount Health Park. It'll still be 2-2 here to Hampton when this next pitch comes home. That one high and in on the hands, and just unable to get around on it. Another 2-2 pitch, another one out in front as he laces that one to the left side into the stands. Nobody around where that one came down, so luckily for the crowd here in attendance, but now a couple of youngsters running down the foul ball. And you know what? Give it to that kid. Younger kid giving it up as another youngster coming down from the top half looking for the ball, and I think he already got a foul ball earlier in the game, so gotta love that. That's just one of those moments that does your heart good. Bouncer back up the middle. Playable by Justice, and he comes across his body for the throw, and he gets the speedy Reese Hampton for out number 2.
Right fielder, Zach Jarrett.
And just to go back to it, that is the type of kid we need more in this world. Selfless, knowing that other youngster wanting a ball and wanting a souvenir here, and why not? Professional baseball game. I remember growing up, and heck, as an adult and a broadcaster, if I can still get a ball on a foul ball, I'll take it any day of the week. And some of the friendliest guys in uniform in professional baseball for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, so I am sure if he hangs out after the game, he'll be able to get it. Now another one sent to left field by Jarrett, but this one a little bit lower, and the line drive is taken in just shy of the wall by Engel Beltre. And 1-2-3 go the Gastonia Honey Hunters, but Jarrett, a good poke on that one. as he is seeing the ball well on the left-hand arm slot. Either way, it's 6-0 still through 3. We go on into the second third of the game. On to the fourth we go. Gastonia on top here at Claremont Health Park. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this on the home of the Honey Hunters, WGNC 1450 AM, 101 FM here in Gastonia, Charlotte.
Miss out on all the action at Claremont Health Park this summer. Get your tickets for every Honey Hunters home game by calling 704-874-1810 or log on to www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets to reserve your spot this season. That number again, 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, 704-874-1810. Whether you're stuck in traffic after a long day at work or working through a 10-game road trip, nothing feels as good as being home. If you're looking to enter the marketplace as a buyer or a seller, Moss Realty has a proven history of results with professionals that operate in the highest spirit of ethical conduct. Let them work for you. Call 704-865-5555 and find out how Moss Realty gets it done. 704-865-5555, Moss Realty.
Through 3, it's a 6-0 lead for Gastonia as they came out firing in the bottom half of the first, put up 6 runs on 6 hits, and are riding that 6-0 lead into the middle 3 of this game. John Anderson perfect through the first time through the order. As it'll be top of the order due up here to start this top half of the fourth. Anthony Seymour, Angel Beltre, and Juan Perez will be the 3 to greet John Anderson. A pop out, a ground out, and a strikeout is how those 3 went down respectively in the top half of the first. Anthony Seymour will step in to greet Anderson once again. Hitting .283 against lefties coming into tonight. Obviously, that'll go down after the miscue in the first inning. Seymour, a guy out of Nassau, Bahamas, was drafted by the Marlins back in the 7th round of the 2014 draft. Ended up going to high school at Delray Beach, Florida. Bounced around the Miami and Atlanta organizations up until 2019. Spent last year in the American Association. First pitch swinging, grounds it left side, but a hot shot right to Jack Reinheimer, and Reinheimer takes care of it for out number 1. So 1 pitch and 1 out here into the 4th inning of work for John Anderson. 6-3 on the put out there to start the inning, and Angel Beltre will step up next. Angel Beltre, a guy that has seen Major League service in his time. Not since 2013, though. Born in the Dominican Republic, about just shy of 33 years of age. Has been around the block once or twice. Saw Major League action with Texas. That was the last time, though, as he has spent the last few years in the foreign leagues. As he grounds one right side this time into the shift. Reinheimer over second base. Another off-angle throw, but they will say he is safe at first base, and that'll be the first hit of the game on an infield base hit for Angel Beltre. And that's where the wheels come off to pay off. A good try at it by Reinheimer. Castro couldn't handle the pick either way, so he would have been safe even if it wasn't a bang-bang play. But Angel Beltre will stand out at first as the first base runner of the game here in the 4th inning for the Charleston Dirty Birds. And that'll lead it up to Juan Perez. So the no-no is gone, but still a heck of a start here for John Anderson. I guess in that matter, the perfect game is gone too, but I know he doesn't really care about that. He just wants to go out there and throw strikes. Curveball to start the at-bat comes across the knee, but it's called a ball low in the zone for ball 1. Beltre 4 stolen bases on the year. Another high chopper to Reinheimer. Flicks it backhand. Did he get him at second? Yes, he did. As Rosa there to tap the bag. Reinheimer's been a busy man out there tonight. Another high chopper over the second base bag. was able to get it out of his glove in time and flick it on a bang-bang play at second to get the lead runner for round number 2. Perez will stand at first on the fielder's choice, though. That'll bring up Nick Longy with a runner on first and 2 outs. If they can get this guy into scoring position, Longy hitting just shy of 300 on the season with runners in scoring position and kept that going last night. First pitch misses low and outside in the dirt, 1-0. Longy hitting 279 at home, but on the road, 368. That's a wild shift as he hits another one sky deep down the right field line just late on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. And it will go well foul and just a loud strike number 1. But 368 on the road is good by any measure, especially as an everyday guy. 28 hits, 22 RBIs, as he has been a thorn in the side of opposing pitching staffs in their home ballpark so far this season. That one called a strike to the outside corner as it hit the outside black across the knees for strike 2. Longy, a long look at that one, not necessarily a huge fan, but he'll have to choke up a bit here with 2 outs. Perez at first will lead off a little bit farther. No move to speak of so far for Anderson. Goes after the hitter, line down the left field line, well foul. The bullpen down there for Gastonia tonight, a little lighter. Just about a handful of guys down there so far here tonight. Some of them hanging out in the dugout. But trying to avoid using everybody in the stable if they can this go-round here at home. Another 2-strike pitch here from Anderson. Longer look at Perez this time. Kicks and deals. High fastball gets away back to the screen, and that will advance Perez down to second base. A little bit of extra time thinking about letting that fastball go, and he let it rise a little bit too far. Tipped off the glove of Levy and back to the screen. I imagine they'll rule that a wild pitch, as that one started wild and ended that way as well. 6-0 lead with a runner at second base. I can't imagine Anderson too focused on that runner because in the grand scheme of things right now in this start, it doesn't mean much. He'll take a gander at it and then look at the scoreboard before he brings this 1-2 pitch home. 2-2 pitch home. Grounded left side. Once again to Reinheimer. Scoops it again, and Reinheimer just playing pitch and catch with Luis Castro for round number 3, and that will do it for the top half of the 4th. Through 3.5, it remains 6-0. Bats coming back up for Gastonia. It'll be 8-9-1 due up in order as we get back here on the WGNC, home of the Gastonia Honey Hunters in 2022. We're back right after this.
Gastonia Honey Hunters fans, thank you. In the month of May, 2 attendance records were broken on back-to-back nights. On Saturday, May 21st, we eclipsed 3,000 in attendance for the first time in our history. And we owe it all to you. The Gastonia Honey Hunters are working hard to make sure you have a fantastic time at Caramont Health Park. But if you haven't been to a Honey Hunters game, what are you waiting for? With tickets that start at just $8, watching your Gastonia Honey Hunters might never be more affordable. Call 704-874-1810 and get your tickets for Gastonia Honey Hunters baseball. Want to book online? www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets. The number again, 704-874-1810. The Gastonia Honey Hunters, thank you for supporting your hometown team. Fans, make sure that you come out for an exciting June at Caramont Health Park as your Gastonia Honey Hunters take on the best of the Atlantic League. On June 10th through 12th, the High Point Rockers make their way to Caramont Health Park. On June 14th through 16th, as well as the 21st through the 23rd, the Charleston Dirty Birds come to Caramont Health Park. The Wild Health Genomes return to Caramont Health Park from June 28th through the 30th. Get your tickets by calling 704-874-1810 The number again, 704-874-1810. 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, your hometown team.
Bottom four here in Gastonia. Honey Hunters still on top 6-0 after that 6-run first inning. Looking to add to it here, 8, 9, and 1 due up in order. Jalen Smith continues his hot start as a Honey Hunter. Had 3 big hits on that Sunday win. Had an RBI double his first time up here tonight. Advanced to third on a throwing error. And he will be the first to greet Ryan Lawler, who is settled down over the last couple of innings. Gave up 6 runs on 6 hits in that bottom of the first, but since then has retired 6 straight in order. See if he can keep it going here, as it'll be now the second complete time through the lineup here after these first 2 hitters. Levy waits on deck with an RBI double of his own. Talked about it coming into tonight. Gastonia hitting just .209 as a team with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, but taking care of business back in the first. Have not seen a base runner since that point, though. Jalen Smith going to try to change that here as Ryan Lawler will cycle through the signs and Smith will call timeout. Lawler and Jovan Gonzalez have been having some trouble picking out some signs over these last couple of innings, even though Lawler has settled in a bit. First pitch from Lawler. High fastball up around the eyes and well outside for ball 1. Again, Jalen Smith, the newest addition to this lineup as a Decatur, Georgia kid. Shout out to Decatur, Georgia, my birthplace as well. Graduated from Kennesaw State as he smokes one out into left center field. Long run for Beltre, but he'll get there as he was shading that direction to start it out. Beltre showing off the speed and gets there for a loud out number 1. But a guy that is up there, a free swinger is Jalen Smith, and he makes loud contact. So be fun to watch him as this season progresses on. A guy that can play a little bit of everywhere, mainly an outfielder, but can come in and play a couple of corner spots in the infield as well. Either way, Stuart Levy will step up. And, you know, I've said this before, Stuart Levy, an interesting guy, at least when it comes to getting in the batter's box. A righty through and through, throws righty, bats righty, but his practice swing before he gets into the box is always left-handed. And I don't know, maybe just a superstition thing. I think I'll ask him that next time I talk to him, but it's just interesting to watch him swing left-handed and then get up in the right-handed batter's box, maybe trying to get the bad habits out of the head before he goes up there in the right way. First pitch misses upstairs, 1-0. Lawler set to deal here on a 1-0 pitch. Ground ball back up the middle, right back to Lawler, and an easy pitch and catch to the right side of Nick Longy. And now 8 straight retired for Ryan Lawler. Back to the top of the order we go with Hurley Rodriguez. 3rd plate appearance here in the first 4 innings, I should say, and he's trying to extend his 11-game hit streak, a season-long hit streak for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, trying to move it to a dozen games with a base knock here with 2 outs. Almost put one out of here last night to the opposite field, but was a victim of that very tall fence out there in left field. Any other place in the Atlantic League probably would have been gone. But instead he wound up with a single on it. Was an RBI, but still a single. Pitch to the low outside corner, misses away after a first pitch strike, so that'll even the count now to ball and a strike. Rodriguez, we talked about it, born in Venezuela, spent some time in the Tigers and Phillies organization. Spent the last 2 years, one in the Mexican League and then coming here from the Venezuelan Winter League. Spent 460-plus games in minor league baseball and shoots a shot to left field and make it a dozen in a row for Hurley Rodriguez now as he gets a base hit here with 2 outs. Just went into the shift, or against the shift, I should say, and inside out's a pitch to left field for a simple base knock. And his batting average continues to climb as that'll leave it up to Jack Reinheimer now with 2 outs. And when you are seeing the baseball, those are the hits you get. That was a good pitch by Lawler. Inside on the hands, tried to tie him up, but just able somehow to pull the wrists and hands through the zone in time to somehow get that barrel to it and pokes it to left field. Now he'll lead from first. Reinheimer check swing, called a strike either way. It's 0-1. Rodriguez with 7 stolen bases so far this season. We'll see if they get him moving with 2 outs as Reinheimer watches another one come home for strike 2. Same spot, same result for Lawler. Looking ahead to tomorrow's game, Marcus Walden due to get the ball in the series finale for Gastonia against Walker Weichel. Rodriguez goes on the pitch, no throw, as Jovan Gonzalez bobbled it coming out of his glove on the transfer, and an easy slide in safely, and a runner in scoring position now with a 1-2 count here to Jack Reinheimer. Just shy of the century mark here in stolen bases, and actually now that I think about it, yep, just the 1 stolen base. If they got that one, that'll make it 99 on the season. First pitch, the 1-2 to Reinheimer misses upstairs. Even now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last year, Gastonia led the league in hits, home runs, RBIs, total bases, and stolen bases as well. I should say they led the league in stolen bases, were second in hits, home runs, RBIs, runs, doubles, total bases, slugging percentage. That's a lot of categories to be top 2. Trying to do it again here this year. That one skips in the dirt, blocked well behind the plate by Jovan Gonzalez. And Rodriguez will have to stay put out at second. Full count pitch, though, here to Jack Reinheimer. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. See if they can keep the hot streak going with 2 outs in the inning and a runner in scoring position. Lawler looks in for the sign here from Gonzalez as he'll come set and bring the 3-2 pitch home here to Reinheimer. Rosa waits on deck. And now they'll check on the runner. Nobody holding him on, but Lawler just making a move back, doesn't want him to get too much of his secondary. That way he can't score on a hard-hit line drive into the outfield. Give his outfielders a chance to try to make a play at home. Lawler will bring the 3-2 pitch home eventually, but he'll step off and take a look back at the runner at second here. Diego Goris starting to creep that way, and I think his pitcher wanting somebody to try to hold him on. Rodriguez, though, a massive lead to begin, and his secondary is about 2/3 of the way down the line. And now the 3-2 comes home. Just a wrist swing that time by Reinheimer, fouls it back into the screen. And we'll redo it on a 3-2 pitch. Wind down Wednesday here at Caramount Health Park. The unoriginal Thirsty Thursday coming up tomorrow for the series finale here against Charleston before they go on the road for 3 straight. If you have not been able to experience a game here at Caramount Health Park this season, make sure you get the family down here or just come yourself. It is a blast here at the ballpark. You watch the first place team in the South Division, and you have a good experience while you do it. Eat some good food. Don't feel afraid to bring some food by to me. You can walk right by the booth on the main concourse here, and I'll be more than happy to take whatever food offerings you may have. I get hungry here in the booth as the game progresses on, especially sitting here having to smell the barbecue and the popcorn chicken, the hot dogs, the pizza. Enough is enough. Get a guy some food, will you? Another one fouled back is 3 straight swings have just been all wrists here for Reinheimer. I think just trying to keep himself alive and not let him get called out on a 50-50 pitch. Another payoff here from Lawler. This one a better swing, chopped down the left field line. It'll stay foul the third baseline, though, as Rodriguez, best imitation of a Trey Turner slide that time as he came soaring in. Started his slide about 15 feet away from the bag and just cruised his way right in, popped right up on the bag, but give him the style points. However, he'll have to go back to second base as that was a foul ball. So the 5th straight 3-2 pitch coming your way here for Reinheimer. Lawler just trying to find that out pitch. Here it comes. That ball sent out to right center field. That ball's carrying into the alley as over-the-shoulder catch made by the center fielder. And Anthony Seymour turned on the Jets. After that ball was put up in the air, Reinheimer thought he had extra bases in the gap, but instead Seymour will run it down and will strand that runner at second base. Either way, it remains 6-0 through 4 here in Gastonia. On to the 5th we go on the home for Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, WGNC, 1450 AM and 101 FM here in Gastonia, Charlotte.
Being first, the beginning of the line. So many people work so hard to be number one. But at Caramount Health, you don't have to struggle to be first. We prioritize you. Our award-winning teams use advanced treatments to serve you. We deliver the compassion and quality you deserve, always growing, building, and innovating for your care, your health, your life. Caramount Health. Care first.
If coming to a Honey Hunters game is good, then coming to a game as a group is better. If you're a school, church, or civic organization looking for a great time together, call 704-874-1810 and ask about a group package. The number again is 704-874-1810. Ask about our picnic options that include hot dogs, sliders, and pulled pork. 704-874-1810. Honey Hunters Baseball. Better with friends.
Folks, it's been
On we go into the top of the 5th inning. John Anderson coming back out, throwing a one-hit gem right now. And that one hit didn't leave the infield. It was an infield single by Engel Beltre that broke up the perfect game in the top half of the 4th, but a fielder's choice and a fielder's choice to get right out of it again. All 4 balls put in play in that top half of the 4th inning went to Jack Reinheimer out of the shortstop spot. So, of course, he's on his ready as we go on to this 5th inning. But Anderson looking well on his way to keeping that DH intact tonight for the Honey Hunters, as is Lawler. And, you look at what Ryan Lawler has done. 6 runs on 6 hits in the first inning, but since that point, he's allowed just 1 base hit and has retired everybody else. And that 1 base hit, a runner that got stranded at second base in the bottom half of that last frame in the bottom of the 4th. Rodriguez extended his hit streak to a dozen games, but didn't get past second. So both pitchers have really settled in here tonight in Gastonia in a hitter-friendly park. First pitch comes across the zone, called a strike. Here to Nick Heath. It'll be Nick Heath, Jovan Gonzalez, Diego Goris to greet John Anderson in his 5th inning. Right back at it goes Anderson. That one skips across, 1-1. Take a look at the scores around the league here in just a moment. Said some games to keep an eye on here tonight. A doubleheader happening out in Southern Maryland with Staten Island. York coming away with an 11-0 win earlier this afternoon against Lexington. As that one roped up the middle, that one's going to come through for a base hit, and Nick Heath with the hardest hit ball here tonight so far by Charleston will get a leadoff base hit. As Nick Heath messing around with Reinheimer and Rosa, pretending to dare him as if he was going to go anywhere else but where he did. And like I said, these guys like to have some fun. Why not? You're playing the game you love at a professional level. Why not have a good time with it? As Heath will put on the sliding glove, one of the newer additions, of course, to base running in the world of baseball. First pitch comes home here as it will miss low to Jovan Gonzalez. Grounded into a web gem play by Reinheimer his first time up. That ended the top half of the 2nd. Just the second base runner of the game, though, after the leadoff base hit there by Nick Heath. We talked about it against left-handed pitching. Nick Heath has hit the ball well. Now a deep fly ball to left field. That ball's carrying, and that ball is gone. Jovan Gonzalez touches one off here over the left field fence, and a 2-run shot will chip into the deficit here at 6-2 after the 2-run bomb by Gonzalez. That will be Gonzalez's 3rd home run of the season. RBI is number 14 and 15. And it's a 6-2 game on the rare mistake that John Anderson has made here into his 5th inning of work. Still that 4-1 cushion, though, so the bullpen will remain inactive for right now. But that one, just simply a fastball left up too high in the zone, and Jovan Gonzalez put the barrel of the bat to it and rolled it on up and out of here. Diego Goris will step in, looking to do the same thing, but instead he swings and misses. First multi-run home run in the series so far. There's been 3 home runs thus far as a chopper out in front of Anderson. Spins and fires, does the lefty, and he'll get Goris on a good bounce back out, I should say. But 3 home runs in the series so far. 2 last night, both of them solo shots. That one, though, got up and out of here and scored 2 to make it a 6-2 game. Like I say, though, good bounce back there on the 1-3 putout by John Anderson. Back to the normal contact we've seen tonight from the Charleston lineup. Scott Burcham steps in, does the third baseman, flew out to the left fielder his first time up. First pitch, watches it go outside for ball 1. Wild Health 6-0 over Lancaster right now as they're in the 5th inning. And then 3-0 High Point in the bottom half of the 5th right now, pitching a shutout and a 2-hit shutout, that is our High Point over Long Island. Trying to snap that 11-game losing streak. 6 of those 11 losses have come at the hands of this Gastonia team. And, of course, Gastonia has ridden that hot streak of their own into first place. Looking to at least maintain the 4-game lead in the South Division. 1-1 now the count as that ball fouled back into the screen. Next one fouled again by Burcham. And Burcham a slump of the shoulder that time, frustrated with himself. Had a hittable fastball, but just fouled it straight back and out of play. Anderson approaching 70 pitches here in the 5th inning. 1 out, 1-2 count here to Burcham. Spikes one into the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And really coming into this inning, he's been pitching well. Gave up a good solid base hit to start the inning, and then, of course, left one over the plate that Gonzalez sent out of here. But other than those 2, he's been pretty outstanding here in his first start back from the inactive list, especially on a 100-degree day, and it's always hotter on the turf. That one skips across as well, losing the strike zone a bit here over these last couple of hitters is Anderson. So maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. But with 1 out, it's a 3-2 count. On deck, the number 9 hitter, Connor Justice, a guy that's hitting over 300 on the season. Grounded out his first time up. Payoff pitch. Line left side. That one's going to hit down for a double. As around first goes Burcham, still trying to get there in the corner is the left fielder Hampton. Finally does as he'll get it into the cutoff man. But a 1-out double on the 3rd straight hit was solid contact for Charleston. A team that, like we talked about at the top of the broadcast, a team that hits better on the road than they do at home. And showing it here. Double-digit hit performance last night. That's number 4 on the game here tonight. All of which coming in the last 2 innings. So Reggie Harris going to have a conversation here with John Anderson as he comes out of the dugout. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. Back after this. Gastonia still on top 6-2. 1 out with a runner in scoring position. And the number 9 hitter up here for Charleston when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
Coming to a Honey Hunters game is good, then coming to a game as a group is better. If you're a school, church, or civic organization looking for a great time together, call 704-874-1810 and ask about a group package. The number again is 704-874-1810. Ask about our picnic options that include hot dogs, sliders, and pulled pork. 704-874-1810. Honey Hunters Baseball. Better with friends.
Well, if you got a guy that you want to get talked to during maybe a little rough stretch, it's Reggie Harris, first-round draft pick in 1987. In the same draft, went 27th overall. First pick in that draft, Ken Griffey Jr. So a heck of a draft in 87. But a guy that's been around the game for a long, long time, into his almost his fifth decade in the game, as that one first pitch swinging as Connor Justice lines it sharply down the right field line, but was behind on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Justice did not play last night, back into the lineup here this evening. Hitting .242 of his .300 batting average against lefty pitchers so far this season. Looking to keep a good hitting inning going right now here for the Dirty Birds. That one chopped out in front, going to be a tough play for Anderson. Kicks it away, runner coming home, and that'll score the third run of the game, as that's a tough play for Anderson. Was trying to get there off the mound, similar to what we saw back in the first inning, as Lawler was able to come off and make the play. That one just out of the reach of the glove and hit the right foot of Anderson, booted it out of the way, and a heads-up base running decision by Scott Burcham as they cut the lead in half here in the fifth. Justice will stand at first. As we go back to the top of the order, it's Anthony Seymour, 0 for 2 so far. Hasn't had the greatest first couple of games, 0 for 5 last night with 2 strikeouts. Still looking for his first hit here in the series. 0 for 7 to start things out. Check on the runner by Anderson. Still nobody up in the bullpen right now with 1 out. A double play ball in order, but with the speedy Seymour in the box, it's going to have to be a hard hit ball up the middle. That one will miss high. 1 ball, no strikes, as just keeping an eye on Justice over there at first. Anderson in a little bit of hot water right now, but for the most part, like I say, coming off the inactive list, you get out there and you throw the way you did in those first 4 innings. Any manager in the world will take that, especially since you had a 6-0 cushion. 3 runs home here in this 5th inning, but a good pitch that time to bounce back with a strike across the knees on the outside corner here from John Anderson. Large lead from Justice over at first base. Outside, just missed low, says the home plate umpire, Gary Keller. Anderson a shake of the head, wondering where that missed. 2-1. Now they'll start getting an arm loose down there. Looks like it's Onis Farfan, another lefty that will start to stretch out the arm with the bands down there in the bullpen. Anderson gets it chopped away by Seymour back towards the third base dugout. That'll even the count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes, as they try to retire Seymour for the 8th straight at-bat to start this series. Gastonia a chance to even up the series here tonight. 4 hits, 3 runs home here in this inning so far for the Charleston Dirty Birds. Team that has been known to play spoiler to some streaks throughout the season. They spoiled a couple of the streaks by Southern Maryland so far this season. They've done obviously the same thing here against Gastonia last night. Luckily for these players out there tonight, it's been a pretty steady, high, hazy, cloudy beginning to this game as the sun has started to set here. Still a lot of haze out there. Temperature not going anywhere, that's for sure, for the rest of this game, even as that sun steadily goes down. Justice leads from first. Pitch comes home on the 2-2. Popped out left side. Hampton Couple steps to his right, makes the play for out number 2. And the runner will scamper back to first. So Seymour will remain hitless in the series, and that'll lead it up with 2 outs here to Angel Beltre. Broke up the perfect game in the top of the 4th with a 2-out single. A 1-out infield single as he beat out a tough throw from Jack Reinheimer. Justice still leading from first. Has to be wary of the left-hand move from John Anderson. First pitch, though, comes home. Grounded right back to Anderson, and Anderson will shuffle it on over to Castro at first for out number 3. Not before. Four hits bring home 3 runs as the lead cut in half. Gastonia, though, through 4.5 coming up in this bottom half of the 5th inning. To try to see if they can't tack a couple of more on and get some back when we get back here on WGNC, home for your Gastonia Honey Hunters in 2022.
Folks, it's been the thrill of a lifetime to bring professional baseball back to the airwaves of Gaston County. As a lifelong supporter of Gastonia baseball, I understood at an early age how important it was to hear the game when I couldn't be at the game. And with the advent of internet streaming now, Gastonia Honey Hunters games have even more import within the community. It also provides a great opportunity to get your message out to the Gaston County community. If advertising with the Honey Hunters is something that interests you, give me a call at 704-874-1810 and inquire about advertising with the Gastonia Honey Hunters. The number again, 704-874-1810. The Honey Hunters Radio Network, your hometown team. Thank you for supporting Gastonia baseball. Folks, do you find yourself lacking confidence in public places? Would you like to earn respect among your peers and be well received socially? I've got just the answer. The Honey Hunters Team Store is your source for all the best looking t-shirts, hats, and accessories for you, your kids, and even your dog. Look good, feel good, fan better. It's always drip season at the Honey Hunters Team Store at Caramont Health Park. Chamblee sets. Here's the pitch. Tapia hits a drive. That looks like he's going to clear the bases as it's long gone past the OT Sports sign. It's another Grand Slam homer. After Tapia loses his bat one swing later, he loses the baseball, and Gastonia has a 6-0 lead. 3 runners will wait on Tapia as Tapia has hit himself a grand slam, and the Honey Hunters have a 6-0 lead. My sweet mother. Hey, kids.
Gotta love that call from Brian Rushing on the road a couple of weeks ago in Long Island. By the way, it's a 6-3 game. On to the bottom of the 5th we go, halfway through this one. A little spark to the offense by Charleston. But they will lose their DH once again as coming into the bottom half of the 5th, a new pitcher out there now on the mound. Here for the Honey Hunters. Here for the Dirty Birds. My apologies. First pitch to Joseph Rosa, misses outside. Rosa batting from the left side of the plate for the first time tonight with the lefty that started. As it looks like they brought on Herget to pitch. Have to figure out if that's a 16 or an 18. Sorry about that. The numbers on the back half of the jerseys are a little tough to read sometimes with the gray jerseys and light blue numbers. So we'll get that correction for you. Either way, it's a 2-0 count here to Rosa to start out the inning. Rosa looking to try to put a charge into something here and get one of those run back as that ball is skied back and out of play. So Demasi will be the one that takes the mound here in this bottom of the 5th, trying to keep it where it is. As Dominic Demasi making his third appearance for Charleston so far this season, as that ball laced into center field, but not having to move at all is Anthony Seymour, and right to the center fielder for out number 1. So a hard line drive, but all for naught, as that one carries out to center field. Rosa 0 for 3 tonight. That'll bring up Luis Castro. Walked and scored a run back in the first. Grounded out his second time around, but with one out, just trying to get on base for what has been a productive bottom of the order for Gastonia. From Moscano all the way through Levy. 5 through 9 in the order. Part of that big 6-run first inning. Righty on righty the first time, though, here for Castro. Curveball just a bit outside, in the words of Bob Euchers. That one gets all the way back to the screen. No effort to try to go after that one there for Castro. Honey Hunters against righties, hitting exactly what they hit against lefties, 262. Gotta love the consistency at least. Curveball, big rip there, lost the bat out of the backhand. Did Luis Castro, trying to put that one into orbit and over the train tracks deep over left field fence, but instead 72 miles an hour on the curveball, and that one just broke off in a nasty way. So Damasi showing the mix of speeds here so far. He'll bring another home. Fastball this time as he brings it in up on the hands. And with 86 miles an hour, that'll be taken in by the third baseman, Bertram. And 1-2. Down for the first 2 outs go the Honey Hunters. So good pitching here by Damasi. Just a couple of pitches and 2 quick outs. Raider Ascanio will step up with 2 away. 1 for 2 with an RBI single back in the first. Struck out looking his last time up. First time he has seen Damasi here tonight. First pitch misses, first pitch called a strike to the outside by the 31st rounder by the Cleveland Indians, back out of Valdosta State, a Division II guy. Valdosta State, a powerhouse in baseball and football, though, in the Division II level. Spent last year not playing baseball. In fact, Damasi hasn't played since 2019 when he played for High Point in their inaugural year. Did not play the last 2 seasons and comes back to the Atlantic League here in 2022. In just his 3rd game, he's pitched 10 innings so far, coming into tonight. 15 hits, just 4 earned runs, and has struck out 4, walked 2. So a guy that comes out and throws to contact and lets his defense go to work behind him. Has done that so far through the first 2 hitters. Breaks off another curveball, loses his hat, and the long mop of hair he has on his head kind of flicks forward as well. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Charleston debuting a new baby blue hat here this week, so maybe the fit not there just yet. Another curveball out and away, as pretty curveball heavy here is Damasi so far. And once again loses his hat, so guess that's the tell sign. If you see it come out of his hand and he loses his hat, it's probably a curveball. Damasi set for another. Fastball this time, chopped right side, playable for Goris. Goris scoops, fires across the body for out number 3, and 1-2-3. Go Gastonia. So it remains 6-3 through 5. We're on to the 6th inning here in Gastonia. It's a 6-3 ball game, as Gastonia pitching staff is going to go out and try to keep it where it is when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network. Right after this, coming to you live from Caramount Health Park. Gastonia looking for win number 33 on the season when we get back.
Since 1927, GSM Services has been the experts for providing services and finding solutions for issues such as heating and cooling, hot, cold, or drafty rooms, high utility bills, nasty crawl spaces, attic insulation, duct and dryer vent cleanings, indoor air quality, and much more. GSM Services, your one-stop shop for all comfort issues in your home. GSM offers 100% satisfaction guaranteed, and right now they're offering a free home energy audit. So if you're having any issues in your home or office, know that you can always trust leaving your comfort to GSM. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com to talk to someone about any comfort issues you're having in your home. GSM is a proud sponsor of your Gastonia Honey Hunters. Don't miss out on all the action at Caramont Health Park this summer. Get your tickets for every Honey Hunters home game by calling 704-874-1810 or log on to www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets to reserve your spot this season. That number again, 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, 704-874-1810.
Back here in Gastonia, and a shout out to Marcus Walden, has pitched unbelievably well for the Honey Hunters so far this season. The former major leaguer with the Boston Red Sox just a few moments ago got a call from the Milwaukee Brewers organization, and he just signed a contract with the Brewers, so wish the best of luck to Marcus Walden as he will make the trip to the Brewers organization. He was slated to be the starter tomorrow night. Obviously, that will no longer be the case, so we'll see who slides into that role, but either way, a shout out to Marcus Walden. That is what the goal is here for a lot of guys, and if not a lot of guys, every guy in the Atlantic League. Come, do your thing, show off what you got, and now that is the third Honey Hunters pitcher to be picked up by a major league team so far this season. Spencer Bivens back earlier by the Giants. Deck McGuire got picked up by Cincinnati. And now, of course, Marcus Walden onto the Milwaukee Brewers organization. So a shout out to him and a best of luck to him for the rest of his career. Maybe we'll see him back in Gastonia, although I don't mean anything against Gastonia, but I hope not for Marcus Walden's sake. Hopefully he's able to go on and have a good career in the minors and, of course, possibly in the majors once again. Either way, though, here in Gastonia, your Honey Hunters up 6-3 as we are on into the sixth inning, and John Anderson coming out and continuing to give some pitches here in his first start back for Goose Gatto. Arms starting to get a little bit loose down there in the bullpen as guys making their way down there and stretching out. But right now with a 3-run lead, they will leave the ball in John Anderson's hands as first pitch comes into Juan Perez, down and away for ball one. It's 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup, so it's going to be a tough part of the lineup to navigate for John Anderson here into his sixth inning of work on a really hot night. You wonder when the fatigue starts to come into play. Second one in the dirt, 2-0. Just letting that ball go a little bit too late on these last couple of pitches. Juan Perez set for another guy that has seen major league time for this Charleston Dirty Birds team. San Francisco Giant 13th round pick back in 2008 out of Western Oklahoma. Made his way around as, by the way, correction on the pitcher in the top half of this, bottom half of that fifth inning. Had him listed as Dominic DeMasi, and in fact, it was Gavin Wayman, the pitcher. So either way, Gavin Wayman got a 1-2-3 defensively, and of course now his bat's back up here, Juan Perez, trying to get something going if indeed he can. And of course trying to set the table for the guy that stands behind him. But to go back to my thought on Juan Perez, saw a major league debut with the Giants back in 2015. That was the last major league service he had. He spent the last few years bouncing around the foreign leagues and independent ball. Hot shot up the middle, throw across the body. Rosa gets the call, and now Perez gets tossed. Perez slammed his helmet in front of first base umpire Justin Burton, and Juan Perez will leave the ball game and the stadium and will not be allowed back in for the rest of this series. So the frustration boiling over for Juan Perez there on a quick toss out of this ball game. Don't get me wrong, you can't spike the helmet. That is a no-no. But Justin Burton, not wasting any time, pumped him out at first and then pumped him out of the ball game as a good play by Joseph Rosa up the middle. It was a tough play across the across the body on the throw. A bang play. No instant play review here. And now, looks like manager and Billy Horn going to get his money's worth as well from Justin Burton. Wondering why it was such a quick toss, because now he's got to worry about Perez being gone for tomorrow night and tonight. So not only do they lose their DH, they lose their starting right fielder. And there's one out. So that's the trifecta, I guess you can say, on that particular play. Nick Longy will step in eventually here with one away after a few fireworks here on the Wednesday night. And our first ejection that we have seen thus far. At least, I should say, in the games that I have called this year, this is the first ejection I've seen. And trying to make sure Perez leaves the dugout here. Home plate umpire about halfway up the first baseline, just staring him down. And Anderson just kind of shaking his head, waiting for it as well. So we'll see who the replacement will be out in right field. That'll come in the next half inning. But for right now, Juan Perez done for the night and tomorrow. So Nick Longy will step in while we wait for everything to settle down here. We talked about what Longy has done so far this season. Comes into tonight, hitting a red-hot 329. 45 hits, second on the team in that category. 32 RBIs, as that is tops on the Dirty Birds. 9 home runs, his 9th of the season, leaving the yard last night, and has 10 extra base hits as well. And Perez apparently taking his sweet time trying to get out of here. And a standoff between Gary Keller, the home plate umpire, and Juan Perez down in the dugout. But we'll take a look at Longy's career here. A Boston Red Sox 30th round pick out of Venice High School back in 2013. Perez grabbing his bats and walking across behind home plate here, making that long walk that is the way to get out. 2019 was up in AAA Louisville in the Cincinnati organization. Spent his time last season, did Longy, out in the AAA West League for Albuquerque. That's the AAA team for the Colorado Rockies. Played 80 games last season, hit 242 with 53 hits and 26 RBIs. Didn't get re-signed by the Rockies organization, and so he ends up coming here to Charleston here in 2022, and a guy that is probably on that fast track back to a major league organization at some point. All the downtime, though, is going to get Goose Gazzo all he needs to get John Anderson out of there. We will see a new pitcher as we'll take a break. Henry Martinez will be the new Honey Hunter on the mound when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Miss out on all the action at Caramont Health Park this summer. Get your tickets for every Honey Hunters home game by calling 704-874-1810 or log on to www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets to reserve your spot this season. That number again, 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, 704-874-1810. Whether you're stuck in traffic after a long day at work or working through a 10-game road trip, nothing feels as good as being home. If you're looking to enter the marketplace as a buyer or a seller, Moss Realty has a proven history of results with professionals that operate in the highest spirit of ethical conduct. Let them work for you. Call 704-865-5555 and find out how Moss Realty gets it done. 704-865-5555, Moss Realty. The Gas House Bar and Grill is the place to find a broad palette of menu items that you won't find anywhere else at Caramont Health Park. Burgers? Got it. Pulled pork nachos? Check. How about jerk chicken sandwiches? We got that too. Oh, and fried plantains? Of course we do. The Gas House Bar and Grill is a world tour for the taste buds, nightly at Caramont Health Park. We'll see you at the Gas House Bar and Grill.
This is Sam Bordner of the. You are listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
New reliever on the mound is Henry Martinez, a guy with some pretty loud stuff out of the Dominican Republic. Big, tall, right-handed pitcher comes up, spent last year in AA, AAA for the Detroit Tigers. 65 strikeouts in 55 innings. So, like we said, a guy that has some seriously loud stuff on the mound. 92 miles an hour there to start things out with a called strike against Longy. They go right on right here against Nick Longy for his third at-bat on the night. 0 for 2 so far. A ground out both times to Jack Reinheimer in the shortstop hole. 1 ball, 1 strike as the second one misses outside. Swings and tries to put one to the moon on that one. But instead, it's just a long swing and a miss, and kind of gave a good little fan job out there to Henry Martinez. 6'1" righty out of the Dominican Republic. 65 strikeouts, just 23 walks, so a 3-to-1 ratio last year in AAA, AA ball for the Tigers. A career 3.98 ERA in 7 seasons in the minors with 314 strikeouts and 336 innings. So a guy that throws some serious strikes and can get the ball by a hitter or two. Three balls, 2 strikes here as that one misses outside, and they will walk Longy after the long delay there. Again, it was a first hitter got thrown out by Joseph Rosa on a bang-bang play at first. It was Juan Perez. He subsequently spiked his helmet in front of Justin Burton, the first base umpire, who immediately tossed him out of the game. So Perez took his time getting off the field. In that time, they end up taking John Anderson out of the game. He goes 5 1/3 and gives up 5 hits, 3 runs, but a really well-pitched game by John Anderson here tonight. As now in the DH spot, the pitcher in Gavin Wayman, who pitched in the bottom half of the 5th, will come up and get a swing as he foul tips it back and towards the third base dugout. Second straight night, Charleston going to be without their DH for the remainder of the game. Last night they at least had the lead for it, but tonight not so much. They had to pull their starter in the bottom half of the 5th. So with that rule, it is now going to be the pitcher's spot as a called strike 3, breaking ball across the chest high that broke into the zone for a called strike 3, and Wayman will take a seat. As not expected to do much at the plate was Gavin Wayman. And just his first at-bat of the season as a reliever. And with 2 outs, that'll send it down to Yovan Gonzalez, the catcher. First strikeout on the night there for Martinez. Martinez now hold on 1 second, helps if I can actually read that line. There we go. Martinez now with his 9th strikeout in just a couple of appearances so far this season. Low and outside, says the home plate umpire. Good spot there by Martinez, but just trailed out and away. Couldn't get the run back with that 2-seam fastball. 94 miles an hour, though, there. Fastest pitch we've seen tonight from either staff. Next one will miss as well. Good hitters count now here for Gonzalez. Trying to extend the inning with 2 away. Runner at first base, 2 outs. Up next, Diego Goras. The pitch. That one misses low again, 3-1. So now all of a sudden the lower half of the zone getting a little tight behind the plate. But if you're going to miss there all day long in this ballpark, especially try to hold on to a 3-run lead with a runner at first. And Gonzalez already a home run tonight. Part of that 3-run 5th. Martinez gets him to pop it up, but well fouled to the right side, back towards what will be the new kid zone that they're laying the foundation for down the first base line. Back towards Franklin Boulevard here in Gastonia. Rain has stayed away so far, looking like it will for the remainder of the night. Some clouds off in the distance, but right now a beautiful night for baseball, albeit a hot one. Wind down Wednesday here in Gastonia. A lot of folks braving the heat here tonight. Runner goes outside and away, ball 4. And the payoff pitch will make it first and second now with 2 outs. And we will see Diego Gora step into the box. So 2 walks and a strikeout for Henry Martinez out of the bullpen. Credit where it's due, though. These pitches aren't missing by much. They are right where they need it to be. It's just good disciplined hitting by Jovan Gonzalez on that last at-bat. So Diego Gora steps in. Gora's hitting .247 so far this season with 23 hits and 98 plate appearances. 93 official at-bats. 2 runners on with 2 outs here in the inning, and a called strike into the zone that time. Backdoored him with a curveball. Strike 1. Dirty Birds hitting .271 against right-handed pitching. And .240 with runners in scoring position, trying to capitalize. Slow roller left side. Ascanio scoops it. Fires across. Can't get it. Ball sails towards the dugout. That's going to score a run. As the error on the throw that time by Ascanio was going to be a tough throw. And it sailed on him. And it's a 6-4 ball game now after the run comes home on the throwing error. That'll also move another runner up into third. And it's a first and third situation with 2 outs now. That's one of those ones you almost wish Reinheimer would have had a chance to make a play. Would have been an easier throw stepping into it. Instead, Ascanio having to kind of stutter step his way into that throwing spot, and it sailed out of his hand to make it 6-4. Longy comes around to score. Standing at third now is Gonzalez. First pitch strike here is called against Burcham. Two-run ball game here as we are in the back almost third of the game. As a fastball misses upstairs here for Martinez. Similar to what we saw last night for Charleston. Just putting the ball in play, finding open spots. Otis Farfan up in the bullpen for Gastonia again down on the left side of the field. Martinez, another one misses low and outside, and he's missed a lot of balls in that same spot. The idea is going out and away low against the right-handed hitters, not allowing them to elevate the pitch, but fortunately not getting the call either. Next one for Martinez, lined into center field. That one's down for a base hit, and it's a one-run game with 2 outs. Both teams showing the 2-out hitting prowess so far here tonight. As Charleston climbing their way back in, they're down a run here in the top half of the 6th. 5 consecutive runs over the last 2 at-bats. RBI there for Burcham. That'll lead it to Connor Justice, an infield single his last time up. First and second, 2 outs. Martinez trying to keep it a lead. Higher part of the zone all of a sudden coming back into play as the slider comes across for strike 1. Justice 1 for 2 tonight. Both balls in the infield. And now timeout is called by Justice, so Martinez will have to step off the rubber. Caught him in time before he went into his windup. Could be another 95-degree day tomorrow here in Gastonia. So the Heat not going anywhere. Gastonia, though, trying to hold on. Have not scored a run since back in the 6-run first that they had. Meanwhile, 5 unanswered between the last 2 at-bats, and still going here for Charleston. Almost the exact opposite of what we saw last night, with Gastonia making the comeback in the latter innings. Called a strike, and we'll let that one be, as had to be a called strike 2. Big pitch here coming from Martinez to try to get out of this one. Keep it at a 1-run game and get his bats back up, see if they can get something going against his bullpen. It'll be 6, 7, and 8. Hampton, Jarrett, and Smith due up when we get back. And the Honey Hunters in the batting box. Ground ball up the middle. It could be a tough play for Rosa. Comes back again. This one will be made across the diamond for out number 3. So the inning will end the same way it started. A bounce out to Joseph Rosa, but not before. 2 more runs come home to score on a couple of base hits. And it's a 1-run game. Into the bottom of the 6th we go. 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup due up. Come back and join us. We're back right after this.
GSM Services helps people live better through improved comfort, health, and energy efficiency. GSM Services provides high-quality home and commercial improvement services. They offer services for heating and cooling, energy audits, duct and dryer vent cleaning, attic insulation, crawl space solutions, generators, commercial roofing, and HVAC, indoor air cleaning products, and much, much more. GSM has been taking care of their customers' comfort since 1927. This unmatched experience has led them to build reliable processes to serve you and offer guidance to help you choose the right options for your home and business comfort needs. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com to talk to someone about the comfort issues you have in your home. GSM is a proud sponsor of your Gastonia Honey Hunters. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com. Go Honey Hunters! What could be better this summer than a Honey Hunters baseball season? The crack of the bat, the pop of the mitt, the smell of fresh cut. Hey guys, stop. We have turf here at the ballpark. Let's try this again. The smell of fresh cut. Domino's Pizza. Sold nightly here at Caramont Health Park. The Gastonia Honey Hunters and Domino's Pizza. A winning combination.
Being first, the beginning of the line. So many people work so hard to be number 1. But at Caramont Health, you don't have to struggle to be first. We prioritize you. Our award-winning teams use advanced treatments to serve you. We deliver the compassion and quality you deserve, always growing, building, and innovating for your care, your health, your life. Caramont Health. Care first.
If coming to a Honey Hunters game.
Bottom 6, it's a 1-run game, 6-5 here in Gastonia. After 5 unanswered runs by Charleston. Gavin Wayman out there for his 2nd straight inning as he comes in his first season with High Point. A Towson graduate back in 2019, has played since 2019 in the independent ranks. USBL for 2 of them, and then last year in the Pioneer League. As he came over to High Point, has pitched in 6 games so far, 9 innings total coming into tonight. 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. But a 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the 6th, and then his team came up with 2 more runs. Reese Hampton will bat from the left-hand side of the plate for the first time tonight, an RBI single on a hit and run back in the first. But again, Gastonia has not scored since the first inning on that 6-run, 6-hit effort to start the game. Since that point, they have had just 1 base runner on 1 hit, and that came back in the 4th inning. Batted around in the first. Other than that, hasn't seen much. Pitching trying to hold on. Bats trying to get back and up and going. As that one poked out into right field, that's going to be a seeing eye single as it bounces in front of the right fielder. Good piece of hitting out and away. Just flicked the head of the bat at it. Reese Hampton the league leader in stolen bases, will take his base down at first on a leadoff single. So a good response here by the leadoff hitter for the Honey Hunters. As now we'll see if they put him in motion with Zach Jarrett, who has put a good contact to 2 baseballs so far. Just missed a 3-run shot back in the first. It was a 2-run double. And then fell one just shy of the fence in his last at-bat. First bat against a righty here as that one comes and almost undoes his belt on the inside corner, back and away, as Wayman will have a first pitch ball to start things out. Jarrett, of course, the son of the famed Dale Jarrett, NASCAR legend, grew up in Hickory. Runner goes. That one hit out into left field. That one's going to get up and over, one hop the fence. Hampton stopped as he thought he was going to have to come back to the base. Instead, it's a no-out double. Second and third now. Third straight hit that has come tattooed off the bat of Zach Jarrett as he one-hops the fence. The left fielder out there was struggling to find it as it just rose on him. Misjudged it off the bat, and it one-hops the fence. And Gastonia's got something cooking here in the bottom of the 6th. It's second and third, nobody out. And a ground ball could get him a good insurance run. So the infield will come part of the way in here. Corners are in on the grass as the middle infield will come just a couple steps shy of the infield grass themselves. In fact, they'll keep Connor Justice, the shortstop, about midway back on the infield. Diego Goris about 5 steps off the infield grass right here. And I believe the left fielder is now Kelly, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they moved Beltre over to right field after Perez got tossed, which means that coming in his spot is Kelly, a perennial independent league guy. Pinch hit last night for the Dirty Birds. Now we're taking some time here to get a pinch hitter as they're going to sub out Jalen Smith. Did his job, 1 for 2 on the night with an RBI double, and now it's Luis Roman as they'll go with the averages and bring up the left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher. With 2 on and nobody out, both runners in scoring position. A single and a double by Hampton and Jarrett, respectively. Hampton now, if that would have been a true double off the bat, or at least he thought it was, Hampton probably would have scored on it. He was moving on the pitch, but had to freeze at second base just in case. First pitch swinging as Roman sends it out to center field. Should be deep enough to score the run as Hampton will scamper home and Jarrett will take his place at third. And Luis Roman on one pitch does his job, a sac fly RBI, and it's 7-5 Gastonia.
That brings up your catcher, Stuart Levy.
Jarrett will move 90 feet closer down to third. And like I say, Roman comes on, put a charge into it, just missed the ball, but he'll take the sac fly RBI and pad those stats. Won't register as an at-bat, and he'll get an RBI due to his efforts. That'll bring up Stuart Levy now. Infield still in here with that first run of the inning home. 1 out, runner at third base. Levy then back to the top of the order as Rodriguez waits on deck. Stuart Levy, an Arkansas State grad, back in college, a 244 average, but his fielding percentage has been well above 95% for the entirety of his career, as he has been an everyday guy behind the plate, back-to-back starts behind the plate here in this series, as he split time back there with Alex Holderbach throughout the early part of this season. 1-1 the count here to him. As curveball comes across, looked more like a slider that time. Wayman wanted it, didn't get it. Wayman showed in his first inning the ability to really break off the good old Uncle Charlie. Not getting the call, though, here on the outside corner in this second inning of work. Onis Farfan still up in the bullpen. I imagine we'll see him come out in the top half of the 7th. Good response here, though, by Gastonia. Hadn't scored a run since back in the first. In fact, only had one base runner since the first inning. But the bottom half of the order, again, has come up big and got one of those runs back. It's now back to a 2-run lead at 7-5. 2 for 3 on the night are both Hampton and Jarrett now. And Jarrett 90 feet away from scoring his second run of the night, too. 3-1 pitch here coming to Levy. It'll miss low. He'll check his swing. They'll go down to first base. No, he did not. And a one-out walk will make it a first and third. So at least a double play situation now here for the middle infield, as they'll move them back to double play depth. But with with Hurley Rodriguez in the batter's box, not a guarantee. So a ground ball still could indeed score a run to push it back to a 3-run lead here. Trying to erase those 2 runs they surrendered in the top half of this inning. 7-5, 7 hits, 9 runs, 2 errors for the Honey Hunters. 5 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. Both teams were a clean sheet last night, no issues at all. But tonight, a couple of throwing errors, and on a hot, sticky night, you wonder if the condensation on your hand, a little palm sweat, maybe gets the best of a baseball as it launches out. Now a pitching conversation coming, as they're going to be given a little extra time for a warm-up down in the bullpen here. Pitching coach out to talk to Gavin Wayman on the mound. Hurley Rodriguez will be the one at the plate. Already extended his 11-game hit streak to 12 with a base hit in his last at-bat. Got stranded at second base after stealing a base. But now a chance for an RBI situation and put it back to a 3-run lead. Quick mound visit, and that's already over. So conversation over. Wayman back out there ready to go. Rodriguez digs his way in. Back left foot of the left-handed hitter all the way to the end of the box as they set up outside to him. Big rip there, and again playing the averages, pitching to the outside and away from Hurley Rodriguez. Now, that being said, his base hit in his last time up, he went the opposite field, but still shading him towards the pole right now. .273 hitter has seen his batting average rise over 70 points this month. As this ball skied out to right field, high arcing fly ball. Seymour didn't see it. It's over to Beltre. Beltre will bring it in, but Jarrett will score standing up, and it's back to a 3-run lead, 8-5 on the second sac fly RBI of the inning. And Rodriguez does indeed get the RBI, as Stuart Levy will stay put at first, and that'll bring it up to Jack Reinheimer. 1 for 3 on the night so far with a run scored and a single. So both Jarrett and Hampton, who led the inning off with back-to-back hits, both come around to score. And they erased that 2 runs that was given up in the top half of the 6th. 8-5 the lead now as we approach the back third of the game. First pitch misses upstairs from Wayman. Farfan warmed up, ready to go down to the bullpen for Gastonia. It's become a pretty still night out there on the field. No wind at all right now. And on a sticky, humid night, that can always feel more stale than usual, if you will. You've all experienced it. Stood outside on a night like tonight, and you don't have to move very much, start sweating. So if you're lucky enough to be at home in the air conditioning, appreciate you tuning in. Good crowd on hand, though, on a wind-down Wednesday night, trying to will their team to a win as Reinheimer watches the second strike to the outside corner, 1-2. Funny, Levy and Longy having a good conversation down there at first. Talked about the camaraderie, not just between teammates, but just guys out there that love the game of baseball. No chatter against one another. It's always smiles and laughs and messing around with each other. So you always like to see that. You don't like to see Don't get me wrong, you like to see a little passion, but at the same time, you don't want to see things get chippy for no reason. And really haven't had to go that way so far. Already 30 pitches for Wayman after that latest one. As he'll come set, ready to go, 2-2 count, 2 outs. Kicks and deals. Curveball swung on and missed, strike 3, as he gets Reinheimer to chase out and away, but not before. 2 runs come home to score after the 2 hits by Hampton and Jarrett to lead off the inning. A couple of sac flies by Roman and Rodriguez, and it's back to a 3-run lead for Gastonia. We're on into the back third of the game. On to the 7th inning we go. Otis Farfan will be on the mound when we get back for the Honey Hunters, right here on the Honey Hunter Radio Network, WGNC, 1450 AM and 101 FM in Gastonia, Charlotte.
Being first, the beginning of the line. So many people work so hard to be number 1. But at Caramount Health, you don't have to struggle to be first. We prioritize you. Our award-winning teams use advanced treatments to serve you. We deliver the compassion and quality you deserve, always growing, building, and innovating for your care, your health, your life. Caramount Health. Care first.
If coming to a Honey Hunters game is good, then coming to a game as a group is better. If you're a school, church, or civic organization looking for a great time together, call 704-874-1810 and ask about a group package. The number again is 704-874-1810. Ask about our picnic options that include hot dogs, sliders, and pulled pork. 704-874-1810. Honey Hunters Baseball. Better with friends.
Folks, it's been the thrill of a lifetime to bring professional baseball back to the airwaves of Gaston County. As a lifelong supporter of Gastonia baseball, I understood at an early age how important it was to hear the game when I couldn't be at the game. And with the advent of internet streaming now, Gastonia Honey Hunters games have even more import within the community. It also provides a great opportunity to get your message out to the Gaston County community. If advertising with the Honey Hunters is something that interests you, give me a call at 704-874-1810 and inquire about advertising with the Gastonia Honey Hunters. The number again, 704-874-1810. The Honey Hunters Radio Network, your hometown team. Thank you for supporting Gastonia baseball.
Top of the 7th inning here in Gastonia. Final third of the game coming your way here on this wind-down Wednesday night. A hot, sticky night in Gastonia, but a good job to respond back after giving up 5 unanswered runs over 2 at-bats between the 5th and the 6th inning. 2-run bottom of the 6th by the Honey Hunters has pushed it back to a 3-run lead as Otis Farfan will come on to the mound for the third pitcher out of the bullpen tonight. I should say third pitcher overall, second out of the bullpen here for Gastonia. Farfan a 4.15 ERA and 21 2/3. 19 hits with 21 strikeouts. So a guy that will give up contact, but they'll go back to the lefty matchups. They like the way the lefty matchups were working earlier in this game. Anthony Seymour at the top of the lineup is up to the plate. The switch hitter, 0 for 3 tonight. 0 for 5 last night, so looking for his first hit in the series. Farfan bunted right out, looking to break out of the Schneid. Instead, Farfan spins around, fires a strike to first for out number 1. So the bunt attempt all for naught. As it's 1-3 on the putout to start the inning. Sometimes, especially if you got speed, if you need to break out of a funk, you maybe lay a bunt down. Unfortunately for Seymour, it was an easy chopper back chest high to Farfan, and despite the speed, he just had to spin around and throw a strike, and he did. Farfan out of St. Paul, Minnesota, was drafted by Minnesota as a 21st round pick out of Ridgewater Community College back in 2014, returning from last season. Came over from the Pioneer League. Had 45 innings pitched with 58 strikeouts in the Pioneer League. Came here and threw 8 2/3 with 8 strikeouts. So a guy that has been proficient over the last couple of seasons. Angle Beltre up there, lefty on lefty here. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Pitch comes home, low and outside, has let it go a little late, and you could see it on the follow through there from Farfan, kind of fell off to the left side of the mound. I guess his right, our left. By the way, it's a 2-1 pitch. Keeps that glove right up around the eyes. You don't see the ball from Farfan until it's out of his hand. Line drive right side, trying to pick it is Castro, but it gets into right field for the base hit. And a 1-out base knock for Beltre, and that'll put a runner on here for Charleston. So bats starting to come alive for Charleston over these last 3 ABs. And now we'll have a pinch hitter after Juan Perez was tossed. It'll be Scott Kelly, the one to take his place in the lineup. So Scott Kelly steps in, 198 plate appearances so far this year. 38 hits, 222 average. More of an everyday guy. Has played in 47 games, but had the night off until Juan Perez got himself tossed earlier. So went to West Windsor North High School in Plainsboro Township, New Jersey. Then to the College of New Jersey. And has spent his entire professional career since 2014 in the independent ranks. Started with the Somerset Patriots. Went to a foreign league, came back. Went to the Australian League, I should say, back in 2016-17. Came back to Somerset. And then skipped a 2020 year. Ended up in Charleston last season when they were the West Virginia Power. And then, of course, rebranded this year to the Charleston Dirty Birds. And here he is as a Dirty Bird in 2022. 0-1 the count to him here with a runner at first, 1 out. Farfan looking to keep it a 3-run game. Beltre trying to draw him into a balk, but instead it's a foul ball and the pitch delivered to Kelly. Farfan, as a lefty, does have a pretty smooth move over to first base, and I think, honestly, Beltre was trying to get a throw over to first to see what that move looked like. But Farfan not falling into it, and it's an 0-2 count. They have it as 0-3 on the scoreboard here, but that would result in a strikeout, so that's not necessarily the case. And now it's back to 0-2 on the scoreboard here, so take a step out here as a little longer to find the sign than what Kelly wanted. So Farfan back already on the mound waiting for Kelly to get back in the box. Kick and deal from Farfan. Just missed upstairs. Again, the upstairs ball has not been there tonight, so no real surprise there. Farfan cycling through the signs here with Levy. And, again, I don't know if it's just trying to get the timing of the hitter off or if they just can't decide what sign they want to come home with. It's a 2-strike count with 1 out. Runner at first base has some speed. Waiting on deck is the dangerous Nick Longy. The pitch from Farfan poked out off the top of the mound, and that will help out as a base hit into center. Around second goes Beltre. He gets all the way to third, and a tough break for the Honey Hunters there, as that might have been a play up the middle. It was a hard hit ball, don't get me wrong, but that might have been a play up the middle for either Rosa or Reinheimer. Instead, it hit the rubber and went skying into the air and landed in shallow center for a base hit. So the 1-out base hit will keep things going on here. First and third now with 1 away, and Nick Longy steps in. The guy that can tie the game with 1 swing of the bat. He has walked and grounded out twice here tonight, although every time he has been on base except for 1 so far here this week. he has scored. Ground ball left side, playable for a double play. Reinheimer, Rosa, Castro, 6-4-3. Go the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And Farfan gets the pitcher's best friend to roll up through the middle. And on to the 7th inning stretch we go. Still an 8-5 lead in favor of the Honey Hunters. Get up, get stretched, come back and join us. Honey Hunters trying to tack a few insurance runs on when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the 7th.
Gentlemen, as a public service, here's a little vocabulary lesson for all the parents out there. The word is drip. Means cool, trendy, or hip. Where do Honey Hunters fans find their drip? Your fashion destination in the gas house is at the Honey Hunters team store at Caramount Health Park. Put some swag in your bag at the Honey Hunters team store. Hashtag drip season. Seriously, I have no idea what drip season means. Find out where your Honey Hunters are playing all season long at www.gohoneyhunters.com. Ticket information, www.gohoneyhunters.com. If you're looking for the latest game day fashion or wanting to bring a group to Caramount Health Park, gohoneyhunters.com. Your online home for the Gastonia Honey Hunters is gohoneyhunters.com. That's www.gohoneyhunters.com.
Hey, this is Brady Salisbury, and you're listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
New pitcher for Charleston into this next inning. It'll be the right-handed. Well, it almost had it. Looking to see who it is. He's wearing number 25, but they don't have him listed on the roster, so it's a mystery pitcher. We'll figure that out for you in a minute. But either way, 3-run lead on a inning-ending double play for Onis Farfan in his first inning of work. First to third on a single by Kelly. Back up the middle, but was able to roll it up with Nick Longy at the plate. And into the inning without any harm or foul done, and it remains a 3-run lead here into the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Tanner Duncan. So Tanner Duncan on the mound, looking to try to keep it where it is here for the here for the Charleston Dirty Birds. Another new add to the roster here in the last couple of days. Tanner Duncan, a 6'2" righty out of East Carolina University, so a North Carolina guy. Was born and raised in Tabor City, North Carolina. Undrafted free agent by the Houston Astros. Bounced around the minors up until 2019. Has not played since 2019. But has come to High Point, was picked up by High Point this year. And then subsequently just was traded to Charleston. So with High Point, he had a 3.38 ERA in 10 2/3 innings. 5 hits, 4 earned runs with 6 strikeouts, 4 walks. Was traded from High Point just recently here to Charleston and getting his debut here with the Dirty Birds. Trying to keep it where it is here in this bottom half of the 7th. But easier said than done with a part of the lineup coming your way as Joseph Rosa will step in, and he is due for one here tonight. 0 for 3 so far, but will stand up from the left side of the plate. Third pitcher of the night here now for the Dirty Birds. Called a strike as it comes into the outside corner there to Joe Rowe, and it's an 0-2 count. Looking for the sign. Duncan delivers. Out and away, tried to get a chase, but able to hold back in time is Joseph Rosa, best hitter in the league, at least for overall hits, and top 5 in batting average, so not a guy that's going to go out and chase very often. And in fact, the only strikeouts he has so far in this 2-game set have been looking. Either way, Rosa back up there, choking up a bit here on the 1-2. Ooh, and he takes one right in the rib cage from Duncan. And it'll be a leadoff base runner. He'll have to rub some dirt on it, but unfortunately on an artificial turf field, there is no dirt to rub on it. Either way, he'll take his time getting down there. That one hurts. I don't care how warm or cold it is. That's always going to hurt. Either way, Rosa will take his base, and it's Luis Castro's turn. First hit by pitch tonight by either side. Saw a couple of them in the late innings by the Honey Hunters pitching staff last night. As Sam Bordner, the big righty, warming up down in the bullpen right now, trying to be that go-to guy to shut it down here against this Charleston lineup over the last couple of at-bats they will face tonight. Castro digs in. Runner at first is Joseph Rosa, a guy that can steal bases. Not a ton of them so far this year, but that's largely because mainly he's been at second base or beyond so far this season in a lot of his hits. This one, first pitch swinging by Castro, late on the fastball, skies it out of play to the right side, and that is where it will stay. Castro 0 for 2 tonight. A walk and a run scored back in that 6-run first. Grounded out and popped out other than that. People sticking it out on this warm night. Looking to watch their Honey Hunters even the series at a game apiece and keep pace atop the South Division in the Atlantic League. Fastball misses upstairs. It's 1-1. Castro signed with Colorado back in 2013. Talked about it, 489 hits throughout his minor league career, a career 276 hitter in the minors. Just could never find that spot to get called up, especially as a corner infielder playing for the Rockies and the Brewers. There have been a lot of good corner infielders that have gone over the last few years through both those organizations, so a little hard to overcome that. 1-1 after the check on the runner and Rosa. Duncan delivers. High fastball, able to hold back in time was Castro. Wanted to go after it as a guy that will chase that high fastball from time to time, but able to hold back on it that time. Middle to bottom of the order, due up in the top of the 8th, as Tanner Duncan just trying to keep it at an 8-5 game right now and get his bats back up. A little bit larger lead now for Rosa as he takes another half step off of first. No, not going. Chopper left side, going to be tough. What a scoop by Burcham. Throws it across. Tough play for Longy, but he makes it and saves a throwing error. Burcham with a tough play coming in, scooped it, and just lofted it over to first base. Longy, a shake of the head there after that one as he kind of backed up, stutter stepped to make sure he stayed in front of it. Ended up grabbing it in the webbing, stepped on first for the out, and in essence works as a sacrifice, moves the runner into scoring position now here for Raider Ascanio. It's a fielder's choice, though, in the ledger. Rosa at second, one out. Raider Ascanio steps up with an RBI single to his credit so far. Another guy that's been hitting the cover off the ball in the month of June. Whoa. High curveball slips out of his hand and ducking out of the way is Ascanio. Raiders spent 8 years in the minors as a member of the Mariners and Cardinals organization, over 670 games played with 547 hits, 103 of those being doubles. Also had about 245 RBIs. Spent last year in the Venezuelan League, 36 games played with 21 hits and 22 runs scored. 6 seasons in the foreign leagues since the last time he was in the minors. Fastball out and away. 91 miles an hour on the gun. Fastest we've seen from a Charleston Dirty Bird pitcher tonight. But still ruled a ball, as that'll make it a quick 3-0 count here to Ascanio. Up next, Reese Hampton. Hampton started that 2-run bottom of the 6th that put those 2 runs back on the board that they surrendered in the top half of that inning. And made it an 8-5 game where we stand now. 3-0, right down Main Street. No, they'll say it's outside for ball 4. And Billy Horn, you can hear him from the dugout. Not a fan of that call. Either way, a 1-out walk. And it's first and second now, forced at any base here for Charleston. But that'll bring up the speedy Reese Hampton. And if you're going to turn a double play on Reese Hampton, it's got to be absolutely perfectly hit and absolutely perfectly executed. So Hampton will dig in as he singled last time up, 2 for 3 tonight. Got the night off last night, using the energy to come back out here and put a 2 for 3 game on the ledger this evening. Has scored both times he reached base tonight. Zach Jarrett waits on deck with 3 really hard hit balls to left field so far here tonight. And speaking of which, that one almost a little broken bat, little blooper as it lands in front of the right fielder. Round third comes Rosa. He'll slide in safely. The throw to third, and Ascanio is safe at third. Jovan Gonzalez came out from behind the plate, tried to cut it off and throw the runner out at third base as Rosa scores easily. But on the bloop shot, 3 for 4 tonight is Reese Hampton, and an RBI there for the second time this evening. And it's a 9-5 game, adding insurance here in the bottom of the 7th. So he will stay at first base as Ascanio made it all the way around to third, albeit a close play down there at the hot corner. And that'll bring up Zach Jarrett. Has tattooed a couple of baseballs tonight to left field already. Runner goes in Hampton. They'll throw it down to second base, not in time, and Hampton once again will steal a bag, and there it is, the century mark this season in stolen bases for the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And the league leader in stolen bases gets his second on the night. And it's second and third with only 1 out. And 2 runners in scoring position now for Zach Jarrett. Third stolen base of the evening tonight. I should say first of the night for Hampton, but either way, that's number 21, as he still is atop the league by more than 5 stolen bases right now. Although Reinheimer checking back within 4 of his teammate in top the league in stolen bases, 17 now with his steal earlier. Late behind the fastball that time was Jarrett, 91 miles an hour, but again, he's been on the fastball of a couple of guys that have been around the 87 to 88 mark. Ascanio at third, Hampton at second. 1 out. Jarrett with a 1-2 count, trying to choke up and stay alive. Grounded back up the middle. That one's through, and that'll score 2 as Hampton screaming around third. Here comes the throw, not in time. He scores standing up, and another 3 for 4 night tonight for Gastonia. This time it's Zach Jarrett. As for Jarrett, that's now his 4th RBIs of the night. Second time tonight with 2 RBIs on a base hit. And it's a 11-5 lead here in the bottom of the 7th as they score now 5 unanswered of their own in these last couple of at-bats. And Hampton and Jarrett have been on fire this evening. Two RBI single. First non-extra base hit for Jarrett tonight. But either way, he'll take it as he stands at first base now with 1 away. And it's Luis Roman back up in the DH spot. Sac fly RBI his first time up on the first pitch he saw. That one will come in on the first pitch he sees here in this at-bat. As Jarrett goes on the pitch, swing and a miss, throw down to second, not in time as they are running freely right now. 101 on the season for the league leading stolen base team for the Atlantic League and the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Back-to-back guys on first base coming away with steals. And you got to give credit to the jump. They have been outstanding here tonight. Some high leg kicks by the pitchers. And Jovan Gonzalez, all he can do is try to get a throw down to second base. But once again, with one out, runner in scoring position. 0-2 count here to Roman. Fastball called, strike three to the outside corner. Roman knew it. He already started walking back to the dugout as he got frozen, was expecting the breaking ball. Instead, 90-mile-an-hour fastball to the outside corner will sit him down on 3 strikes. And that'll make it 2 away now for Stuart Levy.
Your catcher, Stuart Levy.
Two runs on 2 hits so far here in the inning. For the second straight inning. I should say 3 runs on 2 hits. As now that one roped right side. Right there is Goris, though, as he puts some leather on it and makes the play on a hard hit ball that came flying off the bat of Stuart Levy, but he's robbed of an extra base hit. However, 3 runs come home to score, and Gastonia has ballooned the lead to 11-5 as we go to the top of the 8th. We're back after this on the Honey Hunters Radio Network. Don't go anywhere. Sam Bordner coming in to try to shut things down in these last couple of innings when we get back here on the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
Don't miss out on all the action at Caramont Health Park this summer. Get your tickets for every Honey Hunters home game by calling 704-874-1810 or log on to www.gohoneyhunters.com/tickets to reserve your spot this season. That number again, 704-874-1810. Gastonia Honey Hunters Baseball, 704-874-1810. Whether you're stuck in traffic after a long day at work or working through a 10-game road trip, nothing feels as good as being home. If you're looking to enter the marketplace as a buyer or a seller, Moss Realty has a proven history of results with professionals that operate in the highest spirit of ethical conduct. Let them work for you. Call 704-865-5555 and find out how Moss Realty gets it done. 704-865-5555, Moss Realty. The Gas House Bar and Grill is the place to find a broad palette of menu items that you won't find anywhere else at Caramont Health Park. Burgers? Got it. Pulled pork nachos? Check. How about jerk chicken sandwiches? We got that too. Oh, and fried plantains? Of course we do. The Gas House Bar and Grill is a world tour for the taste buds, nightly at Caramont Health Park. We'll see you at the Gas House Bar and Grill.
This is Sam Bordner of the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and you are listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
Instead of Sam Bordner, we'll see Luis Perez coming out of the bullpen here in this top half of the 8th. His team on top, 11-5, as Bordner has been that close game guy in the late innings, so don't need to waste his arm tonight, at least at this particular moment, as right now it's a 6-run advantage heading into the final couple of innings. It was 5 unanswered between the 5th and 6th by the Charleston Dirty Birds, but that has been matched between the 6th and 7th with 5 unanswered of Gastonia's own. And that has ballooned it out to the largest lead here since back in the first inning when it was 6-0. Luis Perez, another Dominican Republic native on this squad, spent the last 6 seasons in minor league baseball, 3.13 average, ERA, 318 and 2/3 innings pitched with just shy of 300 strikeouts, 13 saves in 126 games, 28 of those being starts. Last year he was in Double-A and High-A for Baltimore. 49 innings, 47 strikeouts, so a guy that can fill up the radar gun, that's for sure. Hovers in the low 90s, has some good off-speed stuff as well that can drop about anywhere between 12 and 15 miles an hour off the fastball. As he will face a pinch hitter coming out of the bullpen here to lead things off. It'll be Zach Cohn, as Cohn taking over in the what used to be the DH spot, now the pitcher spot, in the lineup, as he will bat in the 5 spot here. 5, 6, and 7 due up for Charleston to try to get something going and at least chip away at that deficit here in these final 2 at-bats. First pitch from Perez leaves it upstairs, ball 1. But already mid-90s on the gun. Zach Cohn, a Pittsburgh Pirate 13th rounder in 2018 out of Duke. Bounced around high A, low A ball for Pittsburgh, then ended up in AAA for Miami back last season. Went from AAA to AA down to high A, low A, and then ended up this season in Charleston. .30 hits throughout his time at all 4 levels for the Miami organization. Hits a rocket to center field here, but right at Hurley Rodriguez, as Rodriguez has the most routine play he's had all night. Didn't even have to move, and it came right to his chest. And the line out will get things started for Perez. Perez, a guy, again, he can fill up the radar gun, really pumps that fastball in, breaks off the off speed. He will give up some hits, but another guy in this bullpen for the Honey Hunters that pitches to contact and wants his fellow fielders to help him out. Shows it off there. Yovan Gonzalez steps up. 2-run shot back earlier in the inning. Earlier in the game, back in that 3-run 5th inning. 2-run blast over the left center field fence, the only home run tonight for either side. Saw 2 last night, 1 tonight. And on a really hot couple of nights, that's credit to the pitching for both teams of keeping the ball down and not letting it get up and out of here. Now, that being said, we probably missed a couple of home runs between last night and tonight by the 30-foot fence that's out in left field, but other than that. Want to know the count here to Yovan Gonzalez out of Puerto Rico. One of the 2 Gonzalez catchers, no relation. This one hit deep again, turns on it, and that one is gone into the Gastonia night. Second home run of the game for Yovan Gonzalez. Takes a 93-mile-an-hour fastball and gets it out of here at an even faster rate. As Jarrett didn't even have to move, just turned around and watched it go on top of the batting cage out over the left field fence, and Gonzalez stays hot in the batter's box and at least gets one back here in the top of the 8th.
Second baseman Diego Morris.
Gonzalez 2 for 3 tonight with 2 home runs and now 3 RBIs and 3-run score. Diego Goris will step in after the solo shot. Perez, the second that ball was touched, just looked in to get a new baseball. As you have the ability to have a short memory with an 11-5 lead, now 11-6 on the solo home run, especially in the final 2 at-bats. But that being said, you got to dial back in. First pitch curveball here, misses outside, ball 1. Goris 0 for 3 on the night. Strikeout, ground out, and then reached via an error on Ascanio his last time up down there at third. Waiting on deck, Scott Bertram. Reached base safely in 2 straight plate appearances, including an RBI single his last time up. Ground ball left side. That one inside's out. Is it a foul ball? Yes, it is. I don't know about that one. They somehow say it hit the leg of Goris, but that looked like it just was a screwball off the bat that bounced over to the other side of the bag. Ascanio was ready to fire it across the diamond. Instead, it'll be strike 1. Interesting call. Again, nothing reviewable, so can't go back and look at it, but at the same time, tough break for the defense. And, of course, Luis Perez. Perez doesn't have a ball to throw and fake the pitching motion to try to point that out. 2-1 count, 1 out here in the inning after the solo home run by Yovan Gonzalez, his second shot of the game. And as I was saying it, only 1 home run tonight. Well, now there's 2, and both by the same man. 2-1 is a 2-2 now as that one's called outside for a strike. Perez looking for a bounce back hitter here. Number 7 in the order up right now, 8 due up next. But both guys have produced throughout the week. As that one fouled straight back, and Perez will have to bring home another 2-2. Taking a look around the league here, High Point still up 3-0, as looks like that one just wrapped up. So they will stay 4 games back if the score holds. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Ratcheted up 95 miles an hour on a burner out of the arm of Luis Perez. Fastest pitch of the first 2 games of this series. And the flamethrower gets the strikeout. And that'll make it 2 away. Big time bounce back for Luis Perez.
Third baseman Scott Bertram.
And now Scott Bertram will step up with 2 outs and nobody on. Luis Perez now picking up his 9th strikeout on the season. 12 innings pitched, 2.25 ERA out of the bullpen. That one missed, said the home plate umpire. Not sure where, but it did. And it's a 1-1 count. Bertram has reached base safely 2 times in a row. Scored back in the 5th, an RBI single in the 6th. Perez gets him out in front. Nice little change of speed that time. Looked like a slider / cutter possibly. 89 miles an hour, so about 6-7 miles an hour off the fastball. Line right side. That one's through for a base hit. Heads up Luis Perez as he ducks underneath the line drive by Bertram. So the inning will continue on the 2-out base knock by Bertram. And that'll lead us to number 9 in the order in Connor Justice. Has not left the infield tonight, has Justice. He does have a single. But other than that, a bounce out to the third baseman and the second baseman has been his evening so far. Line drive base hit there for Bertram, though. We'll give him another chance with 2 away. Big rip by Justice there as he's out in front. First pitch breaking ball down at 82. A 5th rounder by the LA Angels back in 2016 out of the Georgia Institute of Technology. Spent his season last year in the Miami organization between AAA and AA. As he wound up with 57 hits overall, hit 202 between both levels. Born and raised in Cartersville, Georgia. Just 27 years old. And he's shown the prowess with the glove tonight. He's got some speed to him, too. He's been hitting the ball well. He's hitting over 300 coming into tonight as a chopper left side. Ascanio going to have to find that ball and shoot it across the diamond, and he got him for out number 3. So despite the solo shot, that's all they get. And it's 11-6 into the bottom of the 8th. As Gastonia coming up, it'll be 1, 2, and 3 in the order. Due up when we get back. As Gastonia looking to grab one more back, if indeed they can, when we get back here on the Gastonia Honey Hunters Radio Network, WGNC 1450 AM, 101 FM. We're back after this.
Whether you're stuck in traffic after a long day at work or working through a 10-game road trip, nothing feels as good as being home. If you're looking to enter the marketplace as a buyer or a seller, Moss Realty has a proven history of results with professionals that operate in the highest spirit of ethical conduct. Let them work for you. Call 704-865-5555 and find out how Moss Realty gets it done. 704-865-5555, Moss Realty. The Gas House Bar and Grill is the place to find a broad palette of menu items that you won't find anywhere else at Caramont Health Park. Burgers? Got it. Pulled pork nachos? Check. How about jerk chicken sandwiches? We got that too. Oh, and fried plantains? Of course we do. The Gas House Bar and Grill is a world tour for the taste buds, nightly at Caramont Health Park. We'll see you at the Gas House Bar and Grill.
This is Sam Bordner of the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and you are listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
This is Jake Skoll of the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and you're listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network. This is Jake Skoll, your favorite outfielder for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, and you're listening to the Honey Hunters Radio Network.
GSM Services helps people live better through improved comfort, health, and energy efficiency. GSM Services provides high-quality home and commercial improvement services. They offer services for heating and cooling, energy audits, duct and dryer vent cleaning, attic insulation, crawl space solutions, generators, commercial roofing, and HVAC, indoor air cleaning products, and much, much more. GSM has been taking care of their customers' comfort since 1927. This unmatched experience has led them to build reliable processes to serve you and offer guidance to help you choose the right options for your home and business comfort needs. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com to talk to someone about the comfort issues you have in your home. GSM is a proud sponsor of your Gastonia Honey Hunters. Call 1-800-NEW-COOL or visit GSMsince1927.com. Go Honey Hunters!
Bottom of the 8th. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 in the order to greet the new pitcher out there, and Mitchell Osnowitz, an undrafted free agent out of Normal, Illinois. Back in 2014, was picked up by the Braves, bounced around single A for them, then went to the USBL and Frontier League before getting picked up by Boston, then to St. Louis, Arizona, and Minnesota is where he spent his time last year between AAA and AA. 20 appearances so far out of the bullpen in 21 2/3 innings. He has given up 25 hits and 13 earned runs, 16 strikeouts, 12 walks, as he looks to just kind of keep it where it's at here tonight. Going to be a pretty monumental task to come up with 5 runs in the top half of the ninth for his hitters, so we'll see what happens. First 3 pitches from Osnowitz, though, have missed outside. 3-0 here to Hurley Rodriguez. Rodriguez 1 for 3 on the night, extended his hit streak to 12 games, and picked up an RBI on a sac fly back in the 6th. 4 straight pitches, and, I called that a little early. 3-1, as that one hit the outside black, and enough to be called a strike. Reinheimer waits on deck. And 1 pitch later, just a hair farther outside, and that will be ball 4. So Jack Reinheimer will come up to the plate with a runner on first, nobody out. Hurley Rodriguez, always a threat to get going on the base paths, as they'll bring the infield, at least the corners, in right now, with Reinheimer stepping up, and now the third baseman making his way about halfway back. Double play depth here for the infield. Reinheimer 1 for 4 tonight, a single and a run scored back in that 6-run first. Pop-out, fly-out, strikeout in 3 consecutive at-bats. First pitch swinging, ground ball. Going to be a tough play for Bertram. Gets it, throws it across the diamond, gets away from Longy. As Longy recovers and throws it back, runners will stay at first and second. As that was going to be a pretty tough play there for Bertram coming in. Would have had to made an absolutely perfect throw to get Reinheimer at first. It pulled Longy off the bag. And it looked like it might have been a hit, as that was going to have to take a perfect field and throw to be able to get an out. We'll see what it's ruled. Either way, 11 hits, 11 runs so far for your Gastonia Honey Hunters. And whether it's a hit or an error doesn't matter. It's first and second with nobody out, as Joseph Rosa toes his way in. Still looking for a Joe Rowe moment here tonight. Was hit by a pitch, came around to score back in the 7th. But has not found a hit here this evening, and actually is just 1 for 7 right now here so far in the series. Lines it down the left field line. If it stays fair, it's trouble. It is fair. Down into the corner as it kicks up and gets around. 2 runs will score as Reinheimer coming flying around. A play at the plate in time. As Reinheimer came around, I was a little bit out ahead of myself that time. Good relay from the shortstop, Justice. As that ball got down in the corner, Kelly got out there to get it, threw a strike to Justice, who threw a seed home to Jovan Gonzalez, and he slaps the tag down on Reinheimer, and they get the speedy Jack Reinheimer for the first out of the inning, but one run does come home to score as Rodriguez scored standing up. So Reinheimer thrown out at home after Rodriguez scored. It'll be an RBI double for Joseph Rosa. And must have been listening to me because we were waiting for a Joe Rowe moment. There it is. Now this one sent deep to left field. Get up, get out, goodbye baseball. A no doubter for Luis Castro as he sends one to the moon here in Gastonia. And they've blown it wide open here in the 8th inning, as Joseph Rosa will score and Luis Castro launches one deep and gone for a 2-run shot. And how about that for Luis Castro? That ball got out of here in a no-doubt fashion in a real quick hurry. That's just his 3rd of the season, but give him 2 RBIs. And that's his first hit of the game, and he does it in style. So with 1 out, it's 14-6. 3 straight innings with 2+ runs, back-to-back with 3 on the board. And just 1 out, and Raider Ascanio back into the box. First pitch called a strike here from Osnowitz. This one lined out right side. That one carrying into the corner, but Beltre able to run it down and makes the play for allowed out number 2. So despite Reinheimer getting thrown out at home, they'll still get 2 more runs on the very next swing as Castro absolutely destroys a baseball. The most no-doubt home run we've seen yet this week, as that was in no way, shape, or form a squeaker. Don't get me wrong, Jovan Gonzalez hit a couple of really good shots tonight, but that one had a little extra something to it, and that one had a huge launch angle as well. Reese Hampton with 2 outs, steps up. 3 for 4 on the night is Hampton. Takes a cut at the first one, sends it towards Goose Gotso, standing on the top step of the dugout as he holds his hand over. And a wave of his hand by Hampton there over to Goose at the top step of the dugout. Hey, that's the danger you get as the manager standing up there, right? But he does not leave that spot throughout the entirety of the game, unless maybe to get a drink of water. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here to Reese Hampton. Curveball, outside corner. Gonzalez thought it was a strike, didn't get the call, and it's 2-1. 3 singles, 3 runs scored, and 2 RBIs tonight for Reese Hampton. Got the night off last night, but has made his evening starting in left field count this evening. This one roped out right side, make it 4 for 5 for Reese Hampton, as he is a base hit machine on this warm Wednesday night. And the inning continues with 2 outs, and that brings up guess who? Zach Jarrett, who's having a similar evening. 3 for 4 with 4 RBIs and 2 doubles tonight is Zach Jarrett, and he steps up, looking to see if he can match Reese with 4 hits on the night. Big rip by Jarrett. He's missed a home run just twice so far in the game. Trying to send one that direction here. Again, you're up 14-6 with 1 at-bat left by the other team. Maybe you let it fly a little bit. Righty, lefty hasn't mattered. Jarrett's been on the point tonight as that one misses upstairs 1-1. Tough break for Osnowitz. And come out and just go through the meat of what has been a red-hot lineup tonight. Has only gotten 1 out himself. That was the line out by Ascanio. It was a heck of a relay throw by Kelly and Justice to Jovan Gonzalez that got Reinheimer, who came around trying to score on the RBI double by Rosa. As now Jarrett, it'll be a 2-2 count there. As he swung and missed, and a little wry smile as he looks back this way. A little bit out in front of that curveball there, 85 miles an hour here. Osterwitz just trying to get out of the jam. And they have sealed this game with an exclamation point, to say the least. Out in front of a curveball there, but not before. 3 more runs come home to score on 4 hits, including an absolute bomb by Luis Castro, his 4th of the season, and an exclamation point on this Wednesday night. It's 14-6 as we go to the final frame here in Gastonia. Luis Perez coming out to shut it down when we get back on the Honey Hunters Radio Network right after this on 1450 AM, 101 FM, WGNC in Gastonia, Charlotte.
What could be better this summer than a Honey Hunters baseball season? The crack of the bat, the pop of the mitt, the smell of fresh cut. Hey guys, stop. We have turf here at the ballpark. Let's try this again. The smell of fresh cut. Domino's Pizza. Sold nightly here at Caramont Health Park. The Gastonia Honey Hunters and Domino's Pizza. A winning combination.
Being first, the beginning of the line. So many people work so hard to be number one. But at Caramont Health, you don't have to struggle to be first. We prioritize you. Our award-winning teams use advanced treatments to serve you. We deliver the compassion and quality you deserve, always growing, building, and innovating for your care, your health, your life. Caramont Health. Care first.
If coming to a Honey Hunters game is good, then coming to a game as a group is better. If you're a school, church, or civic organization looking for a great time together, call 704-874-1810 and ask about a group package. The number again is 704-874-1810. Ask about our picnic options that include hot dogs, sliders, and pulled pork. 704-874-1810. Honey Hunters Baseball. Better with friends.
8 runs over their final 3 at-bats here tonight. And Gastonia has broken out offensively in a good way. 14 runs on 15 hits tonight, compared to 6 runs on 10 hits. And Luis Perez back out for his 2nd inning of work to try to shut it down. Gave up the solo shot and a single, but it was a strikeout line out and fielder's choice. Other than that, top of the order we go. As it'll be Anthony Seymour, 0-for-9 to start this 2-game series. Going on game 3 tomorrow. Marcus Walden was supposed to start for the Gastonia Honey Hunters, but the news tonight was about midway through the 6th inning. A call from the Milwaukee Brewers organization, and Walden is headed back to minor league and possibly Major League Baseball, so a shout out to him earning that spot, and of course a well-deserved reward for a heck of a season he has had for the Honey Hunters, as they owe him a debt of gratitude on the pitcher's mound. But we'll see who the starter is tomorrow night, as it looks like Gastonia will indeed even the series up at a game apiece, and they will hold on to that 4-game lead in the South Division after High Point came away with a win, snapping their 11-game losing streak tonight. 1-1 the count here from Perez. 7-2 in Lancaster, as Wild Health up over them. And a fastball to the outside. Did he go? They'll check it down. No, he didn't. And a good hold back by Seymour. 2 balls, 1 strike. Beltre waits on deck. Then it'll be Scott Kelly, as he replaced Juan Perez, who was thrown out of the game back in the 6th. And he will not have his services tomorrow night. Line drive, base hit into the gap. That's going to be trouble. That's all the way to the warning track. Good slide there by Rodriguez to keep a double. But for the first time this series, Anthony Seymour finds his way on base with a base hit. Give him a double here in the 9th. Farfan came on, pitched one inning in the 7th, got a 6-4-3 double play after back-to-back base hits with one out. No runs, no walks, no strikeouts for him. John Anderson got the start, 5 1/3 with 5 hits, 3 earned runs, and 2 strikeouts for Anderson in his first start back. Perez paints the inside corner to Beltre, a called strike. 95 miles an hour for the second time tonight. Ball has been screaming out of the hand of Perez so far. So this win would give the Honey Hunters 33 on the season. 33-15 would be the record after the win tonight, holding that 4-game lead atop the South Division. This would drop Charleston to 20-28 after they picked up the win last night. Long look in here from Perez on the 0-2 delivery. He struck him out, blew it by him, climbed the ladder, another 95-mile-an-hour fastball for a strikeout. 2 strikeouts now for Luis Perez, both of them with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And there's one away here in the 9th, final 2 outs for the Dirty Birds here this evening. You'll have to forgive me, folks. A couple of long 9-inning games on back-to-back nights. The voice wavering a little bit. We appreciate you tuning in, though, for the conversation. Always glad to have you listening in. And for those of you watching, welcome in as well. Been a good night at the ballpark here on Wind Down Wednesday, as the Honey Hunters will even this series at a game apiece and look to take another series tomorrow night in Game 3. Walker Weichel will get the start for Charleston, and we'll see who will slide into the spot of Marcus Walden tonight for the Honey Hunters. Tomorrow night, for the Honey Hunters. Perez misses upstairs with a slide piece, 1-0. Kelly came on for Perez and got a single in his first at-bat, and then, of course, made that good play in the bottom half of the 8th that threw Reinheimer out at home on the double by Rosa. Runner leads from second. Perez comes set. Broken bat, foul tip. Long run down the right field line. Sliding. Did Castro make the play? Yes, he did. Slid in and picked it off the turf for out number 2, as it was he, Levy, and Perez all collapsing on it. And Castro slides in and stares at the Charleston dugout, who was chattering with him. But what a catch by Castro from the seat of his pants for out number 2. And down to the final out go the Dirty Birds here on this Wednesday night. It'll be Nick Longy, 0 for 3 tonight with a walk and a run scored. Bounced into a double play his last time up. That ended the 7th. Perez first pitch, spikes it into the ground, kicks away from Levy, but nobody going, as Seymour will stay out there at second base. Right now as it stands, 14 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors for Gastonia. 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. For the time being with 2 outs here in the 9th for Charleston on this Wednesday night. Perez kicks and deals. Curveball misses outside, 2-0. I have another pinch hitter that waits on deck if we get to that point. It'll be Alfredo Gonzalez. Good to see him back in the lineup. He took a pitch off the rib cage last night and immediately went down. It was in some serious pain. Ended up coming up, getting on base back in the 7th inning of last night. Came around to score, funny enough. But his night came to an end at that particular point. As out in front of the 2-0 fastball that time, 94 miles an hour, pretty tough to get out in front of, but Longy did it. Two-one count here to Nick Longy. Perez will hold the ball down at his side as he dangles it while he looks in for the sign. He'll come set here on a 2-1 pitch as the runner leads from second. On it comes. Big rip at a fastball again. Longy trying to find it over the fence. Instead, the foul tip will send Charleston down to their final strike. Perez looks in. Gives a nod. We'll see if they go back to the high heater or if they come back with a breaking ball. 2-2. Fastball grounded left side, in through for a base hit, as that'll bring the run around from second base. It's juggled a bit by Hampton out in left field with the speedy Seymour. Would have been a tough throw home, and Nick Longy at least keeps his hot streak going as he will add another to his hit streak. First base hit of the night, and it's an RBI single to keep the game going in the ninth. Alfredo Gonzalez will come up here.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Now bench hitting for Charleston, number 3, Alfredo Gonzalez.
Nick Heath was 0 for 2 on the night, or 1 for 2 on the night, excuse me. The DH went by the wayside. Cone came out, struck out looking. As that pitch out in front as Gonzalez was queued up on the fastball, instead got a breaking ball and knocked it to the third base side, well foul. Jovan Gonzalez waits on deck. He's 2 for 3 with 2 home runs tonight. Longy will lead from first after the RBI base hit kept the game going. 14-7 right now is the score. Curveball across the zone for strike 2. Beautiful pitch that time, 81 miles an hour, broke it off. And down to their final strike goes Charleston again. Perez wheels and deals. Fastball upstairs. Gonzalez able to hold back in time. Looking for that high fastball strikeout for the third time tonight. But instead, they'll have to come back with another pitch. Temperature's going to be up again tomorrow. So it's going to be 3 straight hot games as that one goes in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Alfredo Gonzalez can try to extend the game a bit. Gastonia faithful still in attendance, trying to cheer them to a win. I've done a great job tonight after an offensive explosion here at the Gas House. The 2-2. That ball sent out to center field. Back to the track is Rodriguez. He will make the play just shy of the warning track, and that'll do it. So a high, loud out number 3, but an out number 3 nonetheless. And it's win number 33 for Gastonia, 14-7 final here on this Wednesday night. As they come up big once again and even the series at a game apiece and hold on to that 4-game lead in the South Division in 2022 with 18 games remaining starting tomorrow night and a chance to win the series with a Game 3 win over the Charleston Dirty Birds on an unoriginal Thirsty Thursday night here in Gastonia. We'll take a step aside when we get back. We'll wrap up what we saw here tonight, give you your player of the game, and get you out of here on this Wednesday evening. Back after this on WGNC.
Being first, the beginning of the line. So many people work so hard to be number 1. But at Caramont Health, you don't have to struggle to be first. We prioritize you. Our award-winning teams use advanced treatments to serve you. We deliver the compassion and quality you deserve, always growing, building, and innovating for your care, your health, your life. Caramont Health. Care first.
If coming to a Honey Hunters game is good, then coming to a game as a group is better. If you're a school, church, or civic organization looking for a great time together, call 704-874-1810 and ask about a group package. The number again is 704-874-1810. Ask about our picnic options that include hot dogs, sliders, and pulled pork. 704-874-1810. Honey Hunters Baseball. Better with friends.
Folks, it's been the thrill of a lifetime to bring professional baseball back to the airwaves of Gaston County. As a lifelong supporter of Gastonia baseball, I understood at an early age how important it was to hear the game when I couldn't be at the game. And with the advent of internet streaming now, Gastonia Honey Hunters games have even more import within the community. It also provides a great opportunity to get your message out to the Gaston County community. If advertising with the Honey Hunters is something that interests you, give me a call at 704-874-1810 and inquire about advertising with the Gastonia Honey Hunters. The number again, 704-874-1810. The Honey Hunters Radio Network, your hometown team. Thank you for supporting Gastonia baseball.
Back here at Caramount Health Park to wrap things up on the Honey Hunters postgame report. Honey Hunters coming away with a big 14-7 victory tonight to even the series up at a game apiece. 15 hits and 14 runs for Gastonia. They started the game with 6 runs on 6 hits in the bottom of the first and ended it with 8 runs on 8 hits over their final 3 at-bats to put this ball game away and to send Charleston back to the hotel with a loss here tonight. And we'll set up a Game 3 tomorrow that will be a rubber match for the second straight week between these two teams. Almost identical fashion of what happened a week ago. It was a Tuesday night loss and then a Wednesday night win. And then, of course, they completed the series win on a Thursday night. They've now won 9 of their last 11 games, and they're starting a new win streak, if you will, with a win here tonight against this Charleston Dirty Birds team. Player of the game going to Reese Hampton tonight. 4 for 5 with 3 runs scored and 2 RBIs. Had an absolute monster night. Zach Jarrett right behind him. 3 for 5 with 4 ribbies of his own. And so both those guys in the 7-8 spot here tonight, I should say in the 6 and 7 spot in the lineup tonight, did a fantastic job. Rosa with an RBI double. Of course, Luis Castro launched a 2-run bomb in their final at-bat in the bottom of the 8th as well. Most every guy in the lineup, in fact, every guy in the lineup, getting at least 1 base hit on the night. So all 9 guys and even the substitute in Luis Roman coming on as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning came away with a sac fly RBI. So each and every guy in a Gastonia Honey Hunters uniform that got onto the field tonight contributed in some way, shape, or form. John Anderson picks up the win. Ryan Lawler is saddled with the loss. And Gastonia holds on to that 4-game lead atop the South.